Welcome back, Heavenlies. This is Heaven's Army playing Final Fantasy XI, episode 36. Welcome back, Banana, and welcome back, everybody else. How are you all doing? Are you testing out my cat power stuff again? Either way, I was showing off my gloves. I actually got the full set of level 70 armor now, so we're all looking pretty good now. I got my joyous sword. I'm trying to get my weapon done. I do have a stronger weapon by a lot, like 40 something damage, I think. I was trying to get my weapons done. Maybe I can still pick onto it. I'll run around with this sword for a bit. Yeah, let's just do that. Alright, so cool. I'll remember to put that back on, right? No, I won't. Do you like my cat or something, Banana? Is my cat that awesome? That you gotta test all those sweet commands? Either way, gardening. If I get stuff done before people show up, that actually has a flower onto it. Cool, I'll leave it be. It's not ready yet. Cool, let's go to my garden then. I see. I know a lot of people that showed up to my channel and they're like, I really like your cat, and I'm like, thanks. What about the rest of the stuff? Is there more than feed and pet? Absolutely. Hit exclamation mark commands with an S at the end of it, because you want to find out all of them. And find ones that you think would match my cat, because pet and feed is an obvious one. To find one in the M section to be like, oh, that one looks kind of like something that would react with a cat. But yeah, fire away. I got loads of commands for this lovely channel. So while I'm here, I didn't have a chance to watch anything because so all those commands need an exclamation mark in front of them. I didn't have a single chance to play this game. I was trying to download that thing that I was told to speed up my load problems in this game. And it just didn't work, so I was trying to get in contact with Dragon, but he was busy, so I let him do his thing. Yeah, you know what? I don't even want to. I really don't now. I'm slowly losing my. Ah, well that was an obvious one. If you were a live streamer. Or if you want your own cat on your own desktop, you can technically have it on your own computer if you want. You don't have to be a live streamer. You can just open up the window and let it sit there and make a whole bunch of crazy commands for your cat to do. All you have to do is fire it off on Twitch. On your connected Twitch. But yeah, anyway, that's probably the only way to do it. That was just a reference link. Because it used to be exclamation mark pet, and everyone thought pet was Pet the Cat, not Pet. I wanted a reference link, so I customized it myself. I got apples and acorns. Buff? Oh, that totally would not be one for the cat. Oh, I actually mined 3 times in a row? Sweet. I am going to quickly throw whatever I got in my house in Safe 2, like that. Pro Ether. A lot of NP. That sounds awesome. I'm going to sell all of this stuff. Up that and that. My acorns done? I feel like they are. Yeah, they are. Okay. Cool. I'll just throw the rest in here that I want to save. Like you, and you, and you. Cool. Slowly getting this figured out little by little. Buy, sell, yes please. Still on sell. 300. That's a whole bunch of free warps. Well, what do you think Run is for, Banana? What kind of game do you think I have that one set up for? There's just technically 2 games that kind of works for. Barnacles sell for 230? That's awesome. My thing is double clicking again, and I don't know why it just does from time to time. Also sells for 200? That's awesome. Oh, I want to save the pebbles. I want a full set of pebbles before I move on. And then I can start selling them too, however much they sell for. Oh, 1. Of course. Because I would love you to like try to guess where those commands really fit in. Because there's like 3 that they're kind of the same thing. One's fight, one's hide, and one's run. Run, cat, run! Well, that almost could work. But yeah, if I'm playing a Final Fantasy game, there's some fights you just have to run away from, but I don't know that, so I try to fight. And scary games. I play a bunch of scary games too, and sometimes, since I don't really have any fear, I walk into a room and then I die. And then I'm like, well, why am I dying? And then everyone will say, run, you're supposed to run away from the monster, not go up and try to talk to it. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'll run away from the thing this time, instead of dying over and over. So that's what that command is for, to save me from, to let me know to run when I'm supposed to run. Because sometimes you have to fight, sometimes you have to hide, and sometimes you have to run. And I got those commands to let me know what I need to do in the situation. But okay, I'm gonna go visit my Chocobo chick, and then I want to go to the Bosadine Glacier, because I want to unlock the cutscenes that I'm getting. Because that's been happening a lot. Oh, where am I going? Oh, scary indeed. Scary indeed. I play a little bit of everything. Malice likes to, hopefully Malice is here, he likes to copy me and do my variety, and do my Facebook thing, and try to do the anniversary thing that I do, and then use all the things that I do. That guy there, you must have heard of Malice before. Malice Fire. Yeah, that guy. Taking all of my years of figuring out things and just copying me. What a rebel he is. I give him a hard time for it all the time. Over here last time when you saw my adorable baby Chocobo, right? So now my adorable baby Chocobo has grown up a little bit more since last you were here. Oh, Malice is better? Good to know. Good to know. Good to know that I've been working for years and somebody shows up brand new and is already better than me. Ouch. Ouch. Anyway. Full detail, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Day 21. Listen to music. Are you gonna listen to different music? Loved this so much I started chirping along. Okay, maybe the music's always gonna be the same. I would have rather let it listen to the Chocobo song, either the old school or the new school Chocobo song. One with or without words. Angel Sarah has its fill and has calmed down? Burn through the excess energy and calm down a little. Excess energy. I hope I don't have to like take it for... Oh, right, Angel was all like pumped up yesterday and was ready to learn and stuff. And I have no idea what to do with this thing, but I'll keep feeding it and stuff, and eventually it'll become a full-grown Chocobo one of these days. Eventually I'll figure out how to go up the stats. Super hungry Chocobo! Oh, okay, cool. It was, like, practically near full, wasn't it? Uh-oh, what did I do? Oh, great. Okay, now I'll wait. Now I'll wait. I'm Minecraft. There's a Chocobo mod? A Chocobo mod? That gives you, some good food bars when you... You would kill a Chocobo? What kind of monster are you? Like, Chocobos are too adorable to even want to harm. Even when they were attacking me in, was it Final Fantasy 14? I was just like, I don't want to attack this, even though it's going to try to kill me. There's gotta be a better way to do this. Kind of business. But yeah, I never want to attack Chocobos. They're too adorable to want to attack. Look happy to see me, I get to feed it and go for a walk, and it's lovely. Maybe I should feed my Chocobo now. And then, because it's near starving. I'm pretty sure it was not near starving last I checked. But okay. That should have my food. A carrot. Solid green. I wonder if its appetite's gotten better now. We'll find out, because I have no idea. Carrot first. Something healthy for its mind. Hello, indeed. Hantel Leon. Single gulp. Seems to be a little hungry. Alright, I think I might have to actually trade in another thing after this. Let's say nothing. I'll grab another carrot, I think. That's good if it's eating like 2 carrots and a whatchamacallit, because I would prefer that, really. You're eating nom-noms too? You eating like healthy carrots like I'm feeding my chocobo? Oh, whoops, I did not mean to click onto him. I need to trade to him. I'm just wasting time. Time is being wasted. Right back, Chocobo. Me. Trade to you. Gasol Green, yes. So complicated. I wonder like, if the Chocobo had like a favorite food, and you give it its favorite food and something else, and it would be awesome. Because I know all Chocobos love these, but beans. How did that almost fill up my Chocobo? I'm gonna give you another carrot, I think, after I've done your walk or something. I don't know. That seems weird that it was practically hungry, and a bunch of Gasol Greens actually almost filled it. Care for my Chocobo. Go for a walk, check in on it. A regular walk. A leisurely regular walk. I guess. So adorable. Oh, something happened. Oh, it's gonna see a shiny thing for me? Awesome. I'm gonna get something. I'm gonna get some item out of this now. Go for another walk since I don't think... Oh, that used up quite a bit of energy, actually. How about tell you a story? And tell my Chocobo a story. Are you reading another chat as well? Yes. But I haven't read anything other than what you were typing. Random chit-chat. Why? Is something happening? Okay, and then we go for another short walk? Leisurely short walk? I hope my Chocobo doesn't run out of energy or something. Oh, this is new. Is it learning something new, and is this like, ah, cool, that is interesting. This is something I've never seen before. And in fact, I might have never seen that before as well. Oh, okay, its energy is absolutely down to the bare minimum. I'm glad I took a short one. Say nothing, feed it another carrot. I hope I don't, like, overfull it or whatever, or, like, feed it too much. I really don't want to, like, harm this Chocobo at this point and have it, like, be sick for a few days and stuff. I don't think a carrot should really fill up a Chocobo that is larger than it used to be. Single gulp. A rock, that's interesting. Now, what is my Chocobo's condition? It's doing a big load, I'm worried. Okay. be completely full. Okay, that's great. It means my chocobo didn't get sick or anything because I fed it too much or something crazy. Now I want to watch over my chocobo and then get that item that the chocobo gave me. Yeah. Oh, Angel Star, you are truly the best joy in this game. Something shiny? Is that mine or are you keeping it? Could it be a lilac? Chocobo likes to give things that they picked up to their parents. Well, I guess I'm the parent. Cool, I got a flower. Well, thank you. I don't want to leave, but I have to. I have to leave. Sadly. I must go. The true joy of this game. Alright, off to the Bussadine Glacier, because I got time. I was supposed to look up something as well. How to drop off my mount thingy, or I probably need to do another quest or something. But that can wait, because I want to unlock. I hope there's gonna be a cutscene there. We've been to 2 or 3 places. No, not at all. I got a chocobo egg, because chocobos lay eggs, and I was taking care of it. And when it hatched, I was the first thing that it's seen. So I'm raising it and taking care of it, and it just thinks of me as its parent. But really, eventually, it's going to be like, you're like my friend and companion. I will be able to run you around the world like all the other mounts at some point. But yeah, it's just that. Northern, the exit place. Yes, please. Because I know there's books over there. I'll give you a happy story. There's no sad stories here in this channel. I don't have any sad stories. I tried giving somebody a sad story, but it was not a sad story. It was a funny story. I just tried to lay it out like it was to see how people would react. And that was a few episodes ago. Bussadine Glacier. You're not that far down, I think. It's Yoshi, but in Final Fantasy. Yoshi is nowhere near as adorable as this adorable, cute chocobo thing. Yoshi's got nothing on chocobos. Yoshis, they go and eat things, and you punch it in the back of the head to get its tongue to stick out. It's a weird concept. Chocobos are your friends and companion, and they care for you. And you care for them. One day I will find Bussadine Glacier. If I recall, it's at like Fargandi or something. Alright, I'm gonna run all the way over to where I think the cutscene's going to kick in place. I didn't really look this up, I'm just going by memory, because I already got all the red mage gear from these places. But when I went back in last night with those other 2... Oh, my re-raise is not even on and stuff? What? I'm about to die. I got more than 4 hours with my thing. Okay, good. This is a mount, by the way. And eventually I'll get a chocobo. That chocobo that I'm raising will be a full-grown chocobo. And I'll be able to send it around the world with me. Am I going east? I think I'm going east. No, I am probably not. I think I'm going south to the Battaglia Downs, right? Sure. Sure, I don't quite know. All I remember is that there was a sparkly thing out here. And I hope it was out here. No, I'm not going that way. Is this going to be all mountain? Okay, I'm going to go over to where I can go. I don't remember... Oh, now I'm stuck here. There we go. I don't remember too many mountains on my way over there, so... I'll figure it out. Okay, I can run down there. That'll probably work. My kitty cat tiger? Yeah, my saber-toothed kitty cat tiger. Because I have, like, kitty cat drifting like this. And I got my my kitty cat moonwalk. So kitty cat is what I call it. I don't know what you want to call it, but yeah. And there's a whole bunch of them around. But yeah, kitty cat's a good one. But one day I'll have a chocobo. Oh, joy. Am I getting caught on like every single weird dead-end thing that I don't want to be caught here. I just want to go. I just want to play this game. I'm really thinking I'm not going southward here. I don't know. Now I'm like, this is way more complicated than I recall. I hope it's not here, because I wasn't really going here. I'm trying to get to here at the exit. We'll find out if I'm going the right way or not. Yeah, and even if this is the correct place to go. Because this could also be the wrong place. I would call it sharply teeth. Oh, you think this is a rat? This is clearly a panther slash tiger slash saber cat slash something cool. A rat? You're the second person to call it a rat, and I'm like, why? And they're like, the tail, and I'm like, a rat's tail is fleshly colored with no fur onto it. This is a nice, soft, plushy, striped tail. I don't see the similarities at all, in fact. And but you are the second person to call it a rat, weirdly enough, oddly enough. But yeah. Whatever, you can call it whatevs. I'll call it kitty cat so I can still have my kitty cat drifting game that'll hopefully one day be made. Okay, I'm almost maybe there. I say that with like a maybe because I have no idea. This is an extra long journey, and I hope I'm not going the wrong way. I remember going to the Boston Glacier a bunch, so here's hoping that I am doing this correctly. Okay, do I go up on that path and drop down, or do I just stay where I'm going? So many paths around me. I'm going west. Well, even the video game calls it a tiger. A tundra tiger. I'm gonna have to go with the game on that one. Okay, I'm looking at this, which I'm too far over. Oh, if only I knew how to navigate this crazy map of this game. Is it possible to break the cat? I don't know what you mean by break the cat. How would one break a cat? This is just a summonable creature that'll get you around the world quickly. Like if you can summon a vehicle, a car. It would be just like that, except it's in animal form. And it comes in all types of animals. I can de-summon it, and then summon it back again. That's about all I can think of by what you mean by breaking something. Okay, I am constantly running this way. I don't think so, no. I'm going to say I don't think you can, no. Only two commands would work. Summon and desummon. So I don't think you can spam a bunch. Do not believe that will work. I don't recall it taking this long. to get down to the I hope the exit, and it's this exit. To which the thing was there. Did you see how crazy the screen game loaded there? It was wild. Am I keep going east? No, I want to go south. Exclamation mark desummon? Yeah, that would be it would be kind of hilarious if you can use commands in chat and it would affect my game. That'd be kind of funny. So like I'm walking along and you would just hit exclamation mark desummon and my mount would unsummon, and then I would get attacked by a tiger because they would probably attack me at this point. That might be kind of funny. I don't know. Exclamation mark lose all your health. And then just have like 1 health left and try not to die. These other things show up here. Not show up here. That's a problem. Just further through. But yeah, I'm glad you're using all my commands. I appreciate that. It's good to have somebody feed and pet my cat. Okay, no, clearly it's not this way. I just ran all the way through that, only to realize that that was the wrong way. Great. So where is that place? Where am I at? I'm at Battaglia Downs. There's like a hidden path up here. Okay, well I'm gonna head straight to the square. The book. I'm gonna stay to my left and warp back and see if that works. Surprised you haven't found the exclamation mark that starts with an M yet for the cat. Tell me I've already gone too far. Okay, no I did. Okay, good. Well, my bad, everybody. Yeah, those would never be commands in this channel, Banana. Clearly they would not be. Cool, there's sparkly things and everything. Nothing happens. Great, that's awesome. Nothing ordinary there. Great, so why is there things sparkling on the ground if there's nothing happens and nothing ordinary? Anyway, I'm gonna go back and try again, but go the other way, I guess. I guess, until people show up. There you go, you got it. You've definitely found it. That is definitely the one I was waiting for you to find. There's a few more, but you would have to do some pretty special things, and they're not written down on my list. But I wouldn't expect you to figure those out. Those are hidden secret commands, and they're not like an exclamation mark command. You gotta be doing something for the channel. So yeah, I don't think you'll figure that one out. All I have to do is stay up above and run around. Maybe. And if not, then I don't know how to get over there. And maybe it's not down at this exit. Maybe it's up at the other exit and I was running the wrong way. It wouldn't surprise me. But we'll see. If this is blocked off right away, good. If it keeps running for a while, then oh no. I'm up here, and it is a dead end. map down below will get me there. Oh, okay. I wish this game did have the Final Fantasy XIV jump, because then I could just get back down there in an instant, and we would be there in no time. But that's alright. This game doesn't have it, so it just doesn't have it. I really hope this is the right way. I don't mean to be running around doing nothing. I just want to show you the cutscene, because yeah, every time we went to the other places, I got a cutscene. And it's just letting you know that the places where we were, there's more things. FN Dragon, maybe you can help me out. Welcome back. I'm trying to unlock the other cutscene that's hopefully here on this map. Since we got the other 3 or 4. Is the thingy right here? Or am I going the wrong way? For the places where we got my Red Mage gear, level 70 gear. To unlock the last cutscene to show them what I got. Because I thought it was here at the Bosadine Glacier, but I could be wrong. Or is it up here at Zarkabard, and I'm running the wrong way? Because that could be happening. My gut instinct is saying it's this way, but it's at the Rogue Mount entrance. Oh, wait, that's not it. Okay, it's not on this map then. It's in the southwest corner. Oh, okay, it is. Okay, perfect. Phew. Cool, because that was my second option. I already ran down to the southern exit, and that was absolutely wrong. But now I'm going the correct way. Awesome. Yay. Hooray and all that stuff. It's not listed, but yeah, good, good. I'm glad I kind of remembered some of it, but that was crazy. But what's on the agenda today, Dragon? Oh, and now that you're here, I tried your DG Voodoo thing at the 18-minute mark. I downloaded the 2 things like the video said. I wasn't very fond of the password that I was given, but can't be helped, I guess. Anyway. I do not have access to my System WoW 64 folder, so I can't add anything to that folder because I do not have permissions to do so. So I spent hours trying to get that to work, and then hours to also figure out how to get permissions, and I'm still not allowed to trail markings. Where's the trail markings? I found it. Okay, cool. I was able to get permissions to my Windows 32 folder, but not my Windows 64. Raid Shadow Legends. Oh boy, is that a game you're playing, Banana? Is that a game that you're playing? Because I'm playing Arknights right now. Right now too. Like not like now as in. Yeah, okay, cool. I'm glad I was able to show you this cutscene. Because we were going through them all and all the people were showing back up. But I've been getting items. Hydra Corpse Insignia and the 4 trophies. These artifacts have long been lost to that other world. The Hydra Corps was a unit formed after our expedition to the Northlands. It must have been in the time of the Great War. Nobody knows how the Hydra artifacts came to be there, but those 5 trophies will open the path for you. Each of these items hold a measure of power. However, the strength of the single artifact is limited. The prismatic hourglass and a vial of shrouded sand, combining these separate entities, created a bridge from Vana'diel to the other realms. Zarkabard, I'm afraid, is another matter entirely. Unless the Shroud of Darkness is lifted, that power alone will not be enough to open the way. However, the 5 trophies resonate with another artifact that lies within his land, if we can join our strength with theirs. So I kept getting cutscenes like this. And they kept mentioning the artifacts, the key items that I have, and I'm like, cool. And that kept happening all last night while we were trying to get my gloves and some more, and some white mage stuff for our other friend, Ondo. Anyway, so that happened there. Cool. I actually got what I wanted to get done. I'm gonna warp back to my place, probably add Dragon to my party, and find out what's going on. The top comment for the YouTube video explains how to do it for Windows 10. The top comment shows how to do it for Windows 10? Okay. Because I tried Googling it. and it was not working. I do not have permissions for that place. Once I get permissions to put the file into that folder, all will be well. Don't leave. It's way too late to say don't leave. I am way beyond that mark. So yeah, unlock the cutscenes for that place. Cool. Done and done. I got nothing else really to say. We are going to Bosadine? Cool. Do I have anything in my inventory else that I need to do? No, I'm pretty good. I don't have to do anything. Okay, well we're going back to Bosadine? That's fine. I can just warp back. I would rather you send the invite since I will make you instant party leader. But I can also invite you and then change it if that's what you wish. So having you leader just makes things lovely. And before we start, how hard is it for me to get my mount right now? Is it possible to get that mount in like 2 seconds, or is it going to be a bunch more quests? Because you said I'm able to get the mount, and I had no time to do anything today other than fool around with that thing for 4+ hours, but nothing worked. Pretty sure I got the Mithril Marathon done. I got Solvenari done. And that, and say cheese. But I don't have these done. And if that doesn't work, then cool. Slice the scene in half. What do you mean? Like how Odin does his attacks in Final Fantasy Banana? Because yeah, that would be cool too to get that crazy mount done, if that's even possible. Oh, you're a bard. Oh, while I'm here, I should get my thing upgraded, refreshed, my signet. Okay, the Omega questline is a bit convoluted. Next stop is to talk to the Boisterous Jackal in Lower Juno. Okay, well I'd prefer to go to Lower Juno while we're getting our party set up and everything, and I'll meet you at Bosadine once we get our party all together. If you're both already in a party or not, I do not know. Original, Lower Juno. The Boisterous Jackal. Yeah, I'm gonna go next to the inn. H7. H7 Boisterous Jackal. What a name. Awesome. Right to the party. Alright. Party. Accept. Map. Wide scan. There you are. You're right in front of me. Cool. Actually, you need MP to wield this weapon properly. Yeah, not that quest. So if you can bring me a bottle of Yagado drink, I suppose I can tell you the secret behind the password. Oh, I actually probably have a bottle of Yagado drink. I sent an Ondo an invite. Cool. He didn't show up yet, so I don't know if he's like active or not, but maybe I need to give him the password. Maybe I need to give him a Yagado drink. Oh no, Ondo is here. Awesome. For a joke, I'm gonna look at my house, because I feel like I actually have a Yagado drink. I remember seeing that somewheres. Oh, you need to get doctor status at any... You need to get doctor status at any secret place first. I have got 690 channel points. Oh no. Oh no, not that again. You don't need to do anything. You can just save those up and never use them, Banana. That would be great. A Yagado drink. There you are. I actually have exactly what I need. I'm just going to trade him this, because it's just sitting in my inventory. I'll hand him the drink. Very well, as promised, I'll tell you the secret behind the password. Okay, now listen carefully. The password consists of 8 numbers in total, and you need to split it up into 4 sections of 2 digits each. First you need to take the first 3 letters of your name and use them to generate the series of 2-digit numbers based on their position in the alphabet. The letter A starts with 00, B is 01, and Z is just 25. Okay, 01, of course, that makes sense, but A is 00? Furthermore, the area containing each device has been assigned an element, with each element gives a numerical code. If the element is fire, the number is 0, while earth is 1, until you reach dark at 7. Weird. Okay, next you'll need to take the value of the elemental and add it to each of the first 3 numbers to give you the first 3 values. This is absolutely complicated, because I am not reading this. What do I do with them? Nothing. Don't do anything with them, please. You can't do a mega amount until you collect 75 ancient beast coins? These are from the Limbus dungeon. Ancient beast coins. Which is unlocked later on. So we can do the mount after we clear it. Cool, that's fair enough for me. Absolutely kind. Find this kind. Okay, I'm just gonna skip all of this because I don't think I'm ever gonna need to use this. Cool. Thanks. Therefore, element 7. Cool. 14, 7, 39. It gives you 14110739, which is your password, and registers to the act. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm gonna actually write this down if he actually gave me my number. I lost my number and it's scrolling down, isn't it? I did get that. 1411. Oops, not a dash. 0739? 0739. Okay, I did see that right. Cool. That's interesting. Let's get away from that now. So yeah, the best thing about their webpage is to calculate your doctor number. My doctor number. That's hilarious. Anyway, I am going to meet you at Bosadine Glacier now. There's no need for you and I to make you wait any longer. I just got rid of something else as well. I don't know what your emotes mean. It is too bizarre for my channel. I cannot click on this crystal. There we go. I could not click on that crystal. That was wild. I went left and right. It was amazing. I'm at Juneau, so that is the closest book that I know of. I'm glad that there's web pages that auto count for you, but yeah, if I need to do something else, what did you say I need? That's oddly abusive. Why would you do that to an adorable doggy? Cause I need something coins? Not Beastman coins. But let's see what I have, because I know I got a bunch of weird things. Got Beastman seals, and silver, and mithril, and just beast coins. Which I don't have 50 of something anyway, so it's fine. Because it's not those. Alright, moving on. Whatevs. Ancient beast coins. They only drop from the sea continent called Limbus. Cool. I knew I had beast coins, but not ancient ones. I knew I had something along that looked so familiar to the word that you were giving me, but yeah, I definitely don't have what we're looking for. Cool, I am on my way. I am now on my way, but yeah, cool. I need to get 50 of those coins? That sounds like a little extra grinding process. That's fine though. Made it just in time. Did I? Welcome back, Ando, if you're here in chat. Uh-oh. We're going down to the south exit. I was just there. I was just there. Yeah, I'm here too. Awesome. Awesome. I could talk to you here. If you type in chat, I'll probably miss it, but... The tower is our target. Okay, well I ran past that tower. We gotta keep going down a lot. Anytime you have to drop down, you gotta keep dropping down, because... That's why I said not to leave. Oh, that was quite alright. I wanted to drop off whatever things I wanted to do. It's absolutely fine. I'm assuming the southern tower was that really, really far away place that I was at. That led me to another map. But it's all good. I got some stuff dropped off. So, I could have had 4 extra hours of grinding in, but nothing worked. And I tried Googling answers, and none of that worked. But things are put into some spots. The thing does show up at the beginning. The watermark is there, but when I load up the game, it goes away, so I'm okay with that. So stuff is like half working. To a point, but like 4 hours is too long. And I'm level 82. Yeah, I had like a couple minutes to fight. I had a few minutes to fight, get a chain going. I got a chain going, got a bunch of experience because everything attacked me at once, and I had to sleep a bunch of things. And if I would have had 4 hours, I wonder how strong I could have been. I could have been taking on Matt solo without any trust, hopefully. Oh, I got stuck on a tree. Trying to make a shortcut and got caught on a little twig. But yeah, Banana, if you haven't noticed the difference between Malice's channel and mine, Malice is normal, and I am like super opposite of like normality, I guess, is what the word I'm looking for. Like punching a dog with emotes, Malice would probably laugh, while I would be like, oh no, don't do that. You know what I mean? And Malice would probably like say something with swear words, and I don't use swear words, so yeah, we're like the complete opposite. But yeah, I definitely wouldn't use words like somebody's better than somebody as well in this channel. At least I wouldn't. But if that's how you type, then that's how you type. Oh, we got a cutscene. Sweet. Tenzin's over there looking up at the ceiling? What's happening, Tenzin? Yeah, that's me. I am truly sorry. You did not have to come. Of course I did. It is my fault that you became a tool for the terrestrial avatars. What do you mean? The Phoenix Blade has confirmed that what Nagi said. When the gates of paradise open, the terrestrial avatars will return to their original form, mere beasts. The slumbering gods will awake, and the Vanadil we know will be transformed into a paradise blessed with their glory. That is what's truly going to happen. However, with their awakening, the Lord of Chaos shall also return. Whether this is good or bad, not even Phoenix knows. Okay. And so, countless lives were lost in my country to the Far East. The Phoenix Blade was forged from the flames of resurrection, the flames left by Phoenix. The sole purpose to destroy the emptiness, however, it lacked the power to fulfill its mission. It required a strength only contained by taking innocent lives. Really? That's an interesting way to get your blade powered up. The number of people who were ultimately sacrificed is unspeakable. Bandits and criminals were the first to be taken. Soon, villages that could not pay the tributes began offering sacrifices in place of money or crops. Wow, really? That's a pretty dark blade history for Phoenix? It was usually like the revival, like, avian of awesomeness, and now it turned into a blade. Another game had a creature that was turned into a blade. Final Fantasy 6 had a blade like that. It could be a summon or an esper or a blade. Anyway, finally the lives of those who had fallen into slumber of the emptiness were taken as they slept, unaware of the fate that had befallen them. To you, the tactics chosen by my country may sound barbaric. Well, it's a bit harsh, yeah. However, the people realize that this is only part of their destiny. They accept their deaths in exchange to prevent the deaths of others. They know that with their passing, they will have protected the world their children and their grandchildren will inherit. Sealing is a normal... The selling? The selling is a normal selling, that's interesting. Also me, I'm sorry. I said Malice is better than you. You're both equal. Well, that's a little bit nice to say. You can say that you enjoy Malice's content more, because Malice is more normal than me, and I accept that, but yeah, just the way you word things, I don't know. Could be worded less harsher, and you already said you're sorry, so that was more than enough. I didn't even expect you to say sorry. Just think about ways you can say things without, I don't know, just think. I guess in the end, I can shorten it to just 2 words, just think. Anyway, Heaven's Army, my country has entrusted me with a great task, and I am here to fulfill it. One aspect of that task is to protect the Phoenix Blade with my life. I must follow my orders at any cost, and that is why I need you to promise me. And again, you're just typing things, and it could be read as multiple ways. So I'm just giving you the heads up, you're not in any trouble, by any means. And Malice very well could be better than me. It wouldn't surprise me at this point if somebody just shows up and is already better than me. If Phoenix leads me down the path that defies the will of morality of men, then you will do what is right for this world? Isn't this world all maxed up and stuff, though? Do we want the world to go back? I'm almost saying no, we shouldn't, but... I don't think I'm going to strike you down, Tenzin, if Phoenix wants you to do something evil. Now I must continue, Heaven's Army. It is said that deep within this tower, the power of Fenrir sleeps. One that can speak with the Avatar if his power is released. Cool, okay. I can only pray my spirit remains as strong as yours. He runs off without me, but okay. Okay, Tenzin, you do your thing. Are we like sneaking and stuff again, or just doing our thing? Or am I strong enough level now that I don't have to worry about anything? I'm glad my magic didn't fire off. Duran. Looks like that band that rhymes with it. Under attack? Bring it on. Thunder Sword! Thunder! Cool, cool, so we are getting attacked. That means we should go invisible? So the bats stop attacking everybody? Or are we actually supposed to fight our way through this? 1,000 eyes, everybody! This is like a level 60 bat. I don't know why he went after you. I wasn't casting any magic. I didn't do anything like to... Assuming these things are weak to magic, so let's just do this. I'm getting 300 experience for these enemies, actually. Which is quite a lot, considering I had to go quite far into the whatchamacallit, the fight things. I had to fight the Gobus and stuff to be able to get some experience now. I don't think those are attacking us, but cool. An insulter. Or assaulter. Stuff in here aggroes by sound, so use sneak. I had sneak on. I had sneak on and I got attacked by the bat. I was good boy and casted sneak right away. Cool. If that's the case, it was not me. With my sneak on. Shiny blue. Whoa. It was me! Aha! I knew it. The truth comes out. It was Dragon all along. I gotta get my get my refresh on me. Down to 300 MP, that's scary. Casting got interrupted right at the end. Under sword. Actually, I should put back on my weapon now. So I can attack twice. A bottle of Avatar blood. I changed the scholar sub, so I'm getting used to the change. Sounds like fun. Ah, Heaven's Army. Don't run or hide, fight. Indeed so. Indeed I will fight, Banana. Way to use my commands the way I wish people would use them. Yeah, I defeated an enemy for once. So we're not sneaking our way through this, clearly. We're fighting our way through all of this. Goblin. Treasures. Do those stack? No, they don't. But that does. We're under attack. Banded everybody. How long have you played this game for? Give me a second. I'll try to remember what the command is to tell you exactly how long I've been playing. My title tells you how many days I've played, but that's not good enough. It's // what is the command to tell you how long you've been playing this game? Anybody remember? I just do not remember that command. I don't think I wrote it down. I did it once. 3,000 damage instantly. Once I figure out that command. Oh, playtime. It's that easy? I've been playing for 14 days. 14 days, 22 hours, 10 minutes, and 12 seconds. That's exactly how long I've been playing. A total of 14 days. Really? Wow, that's crazy. I know I play 4 hours every night and whatnot, but still. Crazy. That's a long time. Oh, I put 150 episodes. That's 150 days into Final Fantasy XIV. And some of my episodes went 7 to 8 hours. So, this one, I don't think this one's gonna be as long as Final Fantasy XIV, but, yeah, it's gonna get up there. It's definitely gonna get up there in the days. I know Dragon is typing things in chat, but whoa, I just teleported. But he's chatting in other chats, so I'm not too sure what he said, but everyone disappeared, so I'll just go here. That's a lot of time. On the sword. Chidori! Okay, well, I tried to attack it. That's crazy that I'm actually getting that much experience. Oh, I am almost out of MP. That's hilarious. I am casting... I keep teleporting. It's really weird. Every time I go in a room, my character teleports to the back of the room. It's very bizarre. It's throwing me off a lot. Walk in and do one attack and have it called defeated. Cast Distract on them. Getting the exact same thing. Impressive. Well, I tried. A scroll of sacrifice? Ooh. Assuming we're going... Just trying to... Whoa, I teleported again. My character keeps freaking out every time I go into a room. I think everybody freaks out and warps over to the rooms, right? Please tell me that's what's going on. Like we walk into a door and we like teleport over here. We took the wrong turn. That's quite all right. I just hope you notice that like it keeps warping us to like the side of a room, and it's probably messing up with our directions. Oh, there it is again. Whoa. I don't know. I think it only truly is not happening to Dragon at all. One-way doors. Because the camera keeps getting caught on the door closing, I think. I'm on the other side of a wall. I am not at the door. When the door closes, even if it is, I'm not at the door. When I walk through the door, I load up over here, or I load up over there. It's weird. It's messing me up, because I have to like take a left or a right or walk straight ahead when I was supposed to take a right, like you all did. It's bizarre. It's very strange. Now we got a path that fall down, or okay, fall through the hole again. This music. I've been hearing this song a lot lately. Oh, I warped again. And so did Ando. Ando warped to the side wall like I did. Ando got shifted over 90 degrees like I did. It's very weird. I don't know if that's supposed to happen or not, but it's making it a little bit more entertaining, because now I got something to talk about. Ooh, okay. I see where we took the wrong turn at. I do this now before we go down the elevator? Nope. Okay. This could be bad. I might have aggroed all of them. No, they're not all spawning up on the elevator? Phew. Close. Close call. Well, I cast it before we went down, and I'm glad it didn't, like, kick in while I was going through. I did learn, but I assumed it was safe at the top. Just, if I started casting going down, I knew bad things were going to happen to me. Oh, my full armor looks so good. This wasn't a cutscene where you just open the door and close it, right? Okay, no, good. There's more. Back to Mr. Back to Sid. I was like, back to Mr. Good Dental Hygiene. I'm like, huh? And I'm like, oh, Sid, alright, cool. Obtained a warrior's testimony. GG. Did I get a warrior's testimony after this long cutscene? I am Fenrir. Though I am no longer of body, my spirit continues to roam the heavens. What? I don't remember Fenrir hanging around here. What do you mean? However, my strength has begun to fade, as do stars come morn. Okay. Stars disappear like the morning daylight stuff. Oh, guardian of the moon, my name is Tenzin. I have come from the land far to the east, the blade born of Phoenix at my side. Oh, great misfortune has befallen Vanadil. The 4 mother crystals have lost their power and were overtaken by the emptiness. Vanadiel trembles at the arrival of the Keeper of the Apocalypse. To save our world, we require your strength and your wisdom. Can you offer us your assistance? So you still choose the path to live and die with the children of the dawn? Yes, I do choose that. The path of the terrestrial avatars? The path of the people? I apologize, but I do not quite understand what you are trying to tell us. The path on the world that we're in. We were born of the Dawn Lady, probably. We all have that emptiness inside of us. Or we can just let it all happen and move on to a new world. But I kind of like this world. If we have to change worlds and all the other load things and crystal things, that'd be brutal. So I'd rather just stay on this world. The memories of 10,000 years ago, they will guide you. Witness the vows of ancient times, the decision made before I fade into the morning sky. So Fenrir and Phoenix is now like hanging out in the sword? Or you just send a memory over? We'll find out. We're up in the sky? Up in the heavens? Where are we? Yep. Cool, and Fenrir looks pretty awesome, actually. I would hope you can get a Fenrir mount and a Phoenix mount and stuff. Would this be Fenrir's vision? Phoenix is acting up. We are truly witnessing civilizations past. The nose fighting Fenrir are our ancestors. Listen carefully, people of Vanadiel. Though you have accepted Twilight, you still choose to remain in this world? You did not heed our warnings, and now the light of the crystals have begun to fade. Chaos is upon you. So she's there. I don't see the other two crew, but she's there from thousands of years ago. There is nothing more we can do for you. We no longer have time for idle chatter. If you wish to remain as you are, leave this place immediately. Still time before the pact between the terrestrial avatars and Scythius is fulfilled. Go, live your lives until the flames of your souls have flickered out. Wait, our future is not yet decided. We have come at a request of you a new destiny. We have come to request of you a new destiny. A new destiny? I shall repeat myself one last time. Your destinies have been recorded in the pages of the universe. The answer given by the Mother Crystal becomes truth. The memories of the crystal have been uttered. These words cannot be changed. Yes, we understand. As time passes, the life force that dwells within us all becomes tainted. Darkness is born. And then comes one who harbors that darkness, the Keeper of the Apocalypse, and he will lead us into the twilight. This destiny is not decided by you, and cannot be changed using even the divination power of the stars or moon. It is a given. However, I traveled to my homeland and spoke with the dying Cephas. He was dying? Cool, alright, didn't know that. And he told me, if the Keeper of the Apocalypse is defeated, then the pact with the terrestrial avatars would be broken. You are correct. But you can only succeed by first breaking the chains that bind your people. The chains of Promathia. The darkness that's inside of us all. With Sithis gone, who was there left with the strength, the courage, to accomplish that daunting task? Who was there left to bear forth an answer to an answerless riddle? I am left. I have found the answer. Sethis told me that he was trying to accomplish because he wished for me to continue in his footsteps. Really? It cannot be. If you are the one who escaped from the curse of the emptiness, even my readings could not predict this crossing of destinies. You who have broken free from the circle of life, may you be able to watch over the destinies of mankind until the end arrives. She broke free of the circle of life, and is now immortal as well. But when it does, when the Keepers of the Apocalypse rise up, you will be powerless. and you will witness every man and woman on Vanadil blindly march into the void of twilight. Their arrogance, something. I keep getting a bunch of items. Yes. However, there will be hope. The life force of men is strong. They will preserve along somewheres. Chamber of Eventide and all that jazz. Fenrir, Guardian of the Moon, we await your divination. Tell us the fated era. I just keep getting items upon items upon items. If we know only when and where the Keeper of the Apocalypse will rise forth, we will find a way to defeat him. Mankind will find a way to defeat the Keeper of the Apocalypse in the future. The fated era, the fated land, the hardships that accompany the destiny you so desire, to bear beyond any you could even imagine. Hondo aggroed some magic stuff, did he? That's alright, I just keep getting a bunch of items and the words are skipped, but it's alright, I'm getting items. However, this may be only true from the retribution of your past sins. Are you ready to take upon your back the destiny of all mankind? I am not one to stand in your way. Let the moon reading begin. Almost sounds like she's doing something good, but is that true? Yeah, I didn't notice all the elementals. Is Ando and so, Destiny has spoken. Is Ando casting magic around elementals and just causing dragons some strife? After 10,000 years of sleep, the Keeper of the Apocalypse will rise once again. In Tavnazia. Keeper of the Apocalypse will rise in Tavnazia. Oh, look at all the stuff we're getting. HEAVENSARMY. Could Fenrir words be the truth, or simply some form of trickery? No, I believe Fenrir would tell the truth. After 10,000 years of sleep, the Keeper of the Apocalypse will rise once again in Tavnazia? 10,000 years have passed, Tavnazia, the abhorrent one. But I must return to Bastok and speak with Lady Ulmia immediately. You think it's her? That's crazy. Cool. What happened while I was away? While I was stuck in a cutscene? What about all the sweet treasure? You know I want all of this stuff. I want light crystals and ice clusters and... I aggroed all the mobs in a room and their moms. Cast your lot. Or warp. Oh, you're warping, so I get all the treasure. Cool. I will slowly warp out. Cool, I'm getting stuff. I'm losing to you all the time, aren't I? Oh no, I didn't lose all the time. Good. Something was written in the chat, but most likely I'm just going to Sid. I remember saying go visit Sid. So I will gladly go ahead and do that. Oh, I got enough energy to do another fight. Cool. Bonus. Yeah, I want my MP back. About a 50-50 lot. Yeah, between me and you it was 50-50. For some reason, between two people, it was a 50-50. But yeah, I thought I was losing all of them, and I was like, that's not fair. Alright, get me out. I got my MP. Why can't you, whenever you warp back to town, you get all your HP and MP? Because that would be awesome. Because then you don't have to go back to your house anymore. Anytime you click on a crystal or a book, you'll also be fully healed, but only when you're not in combat. I don't even have my water uncapped yet. What am I doing? Talking this long without drinking water. Crazy. Oh, Sid. I hope somebody had like a Sid mod that fixed up the model of Sid somewheres along the way. Somewheres after all these years. Someone was like, you know, we gotta fix up our Sid. Uh-oh. Has Lady Umia returned? What about Lady Prishy? Yeah, so I don't know if Prishy's the darkness thing or not. Unless the thing that made her immortal is the emptiness. But we can defeat the emptiness and save Prishy, I hope. Whoa, calm down now. Why don't you just tell us what happened? Oh, well. The terrestrial avatars told you that. It's so hard to believe, but some of the things Nagy said do make some sense. For example, the recent strange energy readings from the Craigs. I've studied those as well. But I never imagined that the remnants of the ancients were trying to do something as crazy as that, using the lines to converge the energy from all 5 crystals. Lucid Moon, welcome back, how are you? It's been a few days since I last seen that name. Glad to have you back. And ultimately, use the concentrated power to open up the gates of paradise. I'm not positive, but with that much energy, opening the gates may not be as impossible as it sounds. And with all the technology those hooded scientists in Juneau have... Wait a minute, didn't they already try opening the gates 10,000 years ago and failed miserably? Just look at their capital, it's sunk to the bottom of the sea. Till we find out what this paradise place really is, we can't let the Zellert go on doing as they please. Indeed. I'm the first to like your video. Oh, awesome, thank you for doing that on YouTube. I didn't get a prompt or anything on YouTube saying that, and you think I should get prompts and notifications saying that somebody did something nice, because I would have liked those prompts. But I just never get notifications for some weird reason. It is true that we first must face the problem that lies before us, the Keeper of the Apocalypse. I was certain that Scythius was the one who we're searching for, but after hearing the testimony of Fenrir, that the Keeper of the Apocalypse would be born unto Tabnazia? Tenzin, according to what you've told me, Prishy's treatment in Tabnazia was quite out of the ordinary. Yes, indeed it was. Are you trying to say that this is because she is the Keeper? While it pains me to believe so, all the recent events seem to point to that conclusion. I have asked Phoenix numerous times for the answer, but she only replies that she, too, does not know. You should... I agree that I should. I haven't recorded it alone. I haven't recorded in alone time. What? But if it is true, if Prishy is the Keeper of the Apocalypse, then there's only one thing I can do. Hold on, Tenzin. We still don't know if we're sure that she's the one. Indeed, I don't want to jump to any conclusions either. She's definitely a suspect of all of this, but yeah, I don't know completely. Yeah, she's a little rude and a little crude. A little rude and crude. And a heck of a lot wilder than I like most of my company. But once you get past that, you realize that she's one of the most honest people you'll ever meet. You couldn't imagine her lying to a soul, let alone be untrue to herself. I don't think I have Mia, but I can buy it now. I'll be in this cutscene for another half an hour, you got time. Uh, a long time not alone time. Dang. There you go. I was like, what are you trying to type to me? I couldn't figure it out. I haven't recorded in a long time. There you go. Yeah, why not? Unless you'd like to retire and just watch all my videos, that'd be alright too. You can't truly believe she is inherited the will of Promathia, can you? However, I cannot doubt what I saw. I believe that Finmer showed me what I did for a reason. It is the sole wish of the terrestrial avatars to keep the gates of paradise closed, and I think we should do that too. Anyone who attempts to open the gates will undoubtedly become their enemy. Perhaps the will of Promathia remains dormant within Lady Prishy. Perhaps she simply has not realized that she carries the seed of Twilight. Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's finding Prishy. Indeed. We can decide what to do then, even if that involves... Heaven's Army! I want you to head for Sandy, and check up on Ulmia. Your first recording stand broke. What were you doing? How did you break it? Roses don't break by themselves. It also worries me that we haven't heard anything from Loverance as well. The city was going to try to gather information on the celestial capital of Altio, but I will travel to Juneau and investigate the situation there. If the Duchy were to find Prishy before we do, farewell, Master said. It would not be good for us if they find Prishy first. Sid, what do you got for me? Heaven's Army, to tell you the truth, I think we may be in way over our heads here. Up until now, whether it be for science or justice, I never thought too deeply about what I was getting into. I just took the ball and ran with it as fast as I could. But this time a little voice in the back of my head is telling me that I should be careful. All my life, I've just been running around not even thinking, but this time I'm gonna stop and think about it for once. Sounds good, Sid. I think you're just getting older and wiser, by the sounds of that. Or you've learned your lessons. It's those ancients that you keep talking about. If they're rooted firmly in Juneau, there may not be anything we can do to pull them out. Fighting worms and beastmen is bad enough. I shudder to think what would happen if the Duchy army was thrown into the mix. I'll fight them all. My stepdad thought my room and it fell down off my dresser and it broke. I think I think your autocorrect is messing up everything again, isn't it, Miss Moon? Anyway, and there's something else that has been bothering me. Come on, Sid. It's not the philosophy of aperture science. Listen, leave aperture science, Black Mesa, and anything else related to Portal out of it. We must do what we must because we can. Leave all of them out. Anyway, this far eastern country that Tenzin has supposedly traveled from, even the pirates of Nord know little about it. How do we even know we can really trust him? I don't know, I just trust him. Who speaks the truth and who peddles lies? It is becoming harder and harder to tell. I don't want to put suspicion on Tenzin right now as well. I've already got enough people I don't trust in this quest line. Sid, I trust you. I see a storm brewing on the horizon. If we don't take care, our ship may sink. And even if everything we have fought for up till now may be lost. If you really want to save your nation and its people, you have to be strong. See things with your own eyes. Make decisions with your own heart. Don't be fooled by those with ulterior motives. You trust those teeth, they never lie. Listen, I try not to look at Sid anymore. I try to keep it glancing. I keep looking at his gloves or at the wall or something whenever Sid talks. But I like your autocorrects though, Miss Moon. Anyway, oh, sorry about that, Heaven's Army. I didn't mean to sound like a father scolding his son. Well, you did sound like a dad scolding me. And I know I just told you to make decisions on your own. But I think that another good thing for you to do right now is to find Prishy. Ulmia said that she was going to Sandy to look for her. Why don't you go and see if she found anything? If Prishy is the important one, like Tenzin says she is, then our only key to saving her will be Ulmia. Hurry, Heaven's Army. I don't think that we have much more time. We have to get to Prishy before... Cutscene! She's already been caught. No, okay, never mind. Oh, Sid. Yeah, I just don't look at Sid anymore. I mean, I'm ready unless I need to go to Sandy, but who knows? I'm assuming I'm going to Sandy now. Southern Sandy, far west side, by the Lion Spring Tavern or whatever it's called. Oh no, that's the eastern side. That's eastern side. Never mind. Talk to Lady Hinari for an optional cutscene. The old lady in the Western Manor. Yeah, I was thinking east side, which was... I just made up a name. Is SpongeBob at Sandy's too? She could be at Sandy's place. I don't know who those people are, but I'm assuming it's SpongeBob characters. I don't watch TV. Clearly I don't. Lady Hinari at the house way at the end. At the house way at the end, I remember this. I don't need to look it up. I remember. It dawned on me as I was looking at the map, going, Sandy is the squirrel? Sure, because there's SpongeBob, who is a sponge, and his name is Bob. And then there is a crab person? And then there's another person. And there's a squirrel. And that's all I know. I don't watch that stuff. But I tried. I tried to use my brain on what I saw around the entire world. Lady Hinari. Ah, you're the adventurer who stopped by before. Did you happen to find Prishy? No. Well, I'm hoping you can tell me. You should try playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. It's fun. But it requires to be playing online and battling against people. And also probably spending real money to get cards. And I don't really enjoy doing that. I like playing offline Yu-Gi-Oh! Like my Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist of the Roses. That was my best Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game I've ever played. And the only one. But it's offline and I don't have to deal with real people. And battle against real people to get stuff. I want to play completely offline and no competition. I see. I've heard from Ulmia about what has transpired. It is distressing to hear that Prishy is ill, as ill as she is involved in all this. And now Ulmia says that she is missing, and that the Genoan government has issued a warrant for her capture. Not really unless you want to. I can completely play it offline. I don't have to sign in online, and I can completely play it offline? Because that sounds better now. But from what I looked at, I'm pretty sure Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links is what I was told to look at before a couple of months ago. Everything looked completely online and everybody was battling other people. And I don't enjoy that. Zone to Port Sandy. Anywheres in Port Sandy, okay. Heaven's Army, are you acquainted with Prishy? You are acquainted with Prishy, are you not? I protect Woroff. Though I met her only once long ago, I cannot believe that she could do the things the Duchy is accusing her of. She didn't do anything. Other than dropkick a fool. That's about it. I may simply be a needless worry, but there is one thing that troubles me. My shell wore off. The Cardinal Mildorian brought her disciple, Prishy, to our residence. My husband told me to watch out for her. You think that Mildarian... Everyone's painting Mildarian as an evil person. Or to look like someone to watch out for her. You don't have to duel others or pay IRL for cards. Well, that sounds good. Maybe I can play Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. I just hope it's on PlayStation 4 and not on Steam. Squirt has never been to Port Sandy, fixing that. You've never been to Port Sandy? That's hilarious. When I asked why, he said that her birth was a great misfortune, and that in due time she would commit a great crime. against Vanadil and her children. That was her destiny, but it wasn't her fault. Next stop, zone to Port Sandoria Anywheres. Redeem my highlighted message. Thanks, Dragon. I had to look over on Twitch to see that you used 100 points. Port Sandy is one of my favorite Mog House locations. Cool. Yeah, nice. I don't remember ever having any favorite location houses. And that was all he would say. Oh, do not worry, Heaven's Army. I have abandoned my self-interest and pledged my services to the Dawn Goddess. I do not care whether or not one has committed crimes in the past. I cannot turn my back on one who pleads for help. I've offered my assistance to Ulmia in her time of need. I've also suggested that she stay here. Please, would you be so kind as to relay an important message to her? Moments ago, a high priest from the cathedral... Oh, is it that evil guy that looked down as somebody died? And just walked away like nothing happened? Casa is his name. Stopped by. He asked to speak with Ulmia. I believe she is somewhere near the port. I would be extremely grateful if you would find her and tell her to visit the cathedral. Cool. I just go to the port. Sometimes the game doesn't tell you to go somewhere, so then you gotta warp all over the world. It's lovely when they do that, but I'm glad that she actually told me to go to the port as well. That's interesting that you didn't warp around with your squirt and just get like all the crystals unlocked, because you probably know where they all are off the top of your head. You get them all unlocked quickly. That's fine, at least she told me. I don't mind skipping cutscenes as long as it's like it literally was a nothing cutscene. She just told me to go to the port. And a little bit more information about Herb and stuff, but like, yeah, I just like to know sometimes why am I going to the port, because there was like no message like last time until you tell me, they tell you that you to go there, and then I'm like, ah, that makes sense. Port Sandy Mog House. Everything is super close by. You playing music and everyone's just watching? I know she can't play this music with the instrument that she has, but I wonder who that beautiful young lass is waiting for every day and every night down by the docks. Oswald says, I dare you to go down there and ask her name. You think you can handle that? You got to be joking. We're still on duty. Though I do get off in 3 hours. Is she that pretty that people are afraid to ask her who her name is? How fine-tuned it is. Never heard it before, but it somehow sounds familiar. Felipe says. Felipe. Could be anything. I never thought I'd live to hear that melody again. Brings back memories, it does. Bellu? I'm going to make my bed, BRB. Way to let everybody know what you're doing. I still haven't found the girl. You still haven't found the girl you're looking for? Bonaire Pant? No, I have not. Don't worry, she'll turn up soon. I guarantee it. You have to be crazy not to be drawn by the sweet melody of Ulmia's harp. Everyone seems so nice. Okay, the cat lady was behind her. Shiraki Shigari X. Hey, music lady. You wouldn't happen to be looking for somebody, would you? Yes, I am. I'm searching for a young girl. Her hair is light blue. She is dressed in the theologian gowns of the Tavnazian Cathedral. Theologian gowns? Sounds a lot like the girl that the guys up in Juneau are looking for. Are we not able to see her face? Yeah, kind traveler, do you know anything of the girl that the duchy seeks? Why is the name Shikari X? Anyway, yeah, well, it just happens to be that I'm looking for the same girl. Now, whether that girl is the same girl you're looking for, I don't know. Suspicious? I do not mean to pry, but has Juno hired you to find the girl they are searching for? What? No, I'm only wearing a tiger mask on my head. What do you think you think I'm a hunter or something? Does it look like I work for the duchy? I mean, no, you don't, but it wouldn't surprise me if you're hired. If that's what you want to believe, go right ahead. You, Elvin, are all the same. Only seeing what you want to see. Wow, that's kind of a bold thing to be saying. Hey, do you know that along with that girl's, there's another warrant out for a capture of some strange boy? How much do you want to bet that those two are together? But if the girl you and I are searching for is the same person, I can tell you that she's not one to run. Okay, cool. Someone mentioned sin hunters earlier in the questline, right? Sin hunters wear these masks and wear orange and black armor? They all better look the same. They all better have some kind of like animal mask on their head, or I'm not gonna tell the two apart. Sin hunters, huh? Okay. Catching mice is what we Mithra live for, but it's turning out to look like this job is going to be a little different. Oh well, I don't have time to play two games of cat and mouse, so I guess I'll just concentrate on the boy. She's wagging her tail. Wait, what do you know of the boy? Music lady, you should be careful about what you ask. The answer might just bite you back with my crazy bitey mask that I have. If the girl you are looking for is the same one I'm seeking, then we'll meet again. If you still want to know the answer to your question, then I guess it wouldn't hurt to tell you. Until next time. And I show up after the crazy bitey masked lady leaves. Heaven's Army! Yeah! Are you alright? No. Yeah, okay, you know what? I do care about you more than the cat lady right now. Are you alright? I'm fine. I don't know who that Mithra was, but I have a feeling she is searching for Prishy. Those eyes. It was as if she were hunting prey. Is Prish alright? She is she not? Please, tell me she is. Prish is fine. She's in trouble. I don't know this answer. To me, she is fine, because I'm going to go find her soon. Oh, thank you, Heaven's Army. It comforts me to hear you say that. To me, she will be fine, because I'm going to go save her. As long as you are here by my side, I believe that everything will be fine. My phone is lurking, and as I make my bed. Your phone is lurking? I didn't know phones can do what humans can evilly do. Oh, I'm sorry. I did not mean... Lady Henry has introduced me to many people she believed may know something of Prishy, but I have uncovered nothing. I am so worried. If anything were to happen to her... What? You have a message from Lady Henry? I'm to meet the High Priest, Casa, in the cathedral? Thank you very much, Heaven's Army. I will make for Northern Sandy right away. Cool. Now I'm going to Northern Sandy Chapel. Talk to Casa in the manuscript room, first room on the left, as you enter. Thank you for using all of your highlighted messages for me to really, really get those. Alright, I'm assuming all of you have already finished this quest. while we started at the same time. Because, like, all my cutscenes is just taking, of course, forever. Well, all of you are just, like, standing around waiting. I do feel bad about that, but I definitely can't skip the story of this game. Because then I would be more lost than I am now. Did I pick... I loaded the wrong one. What did I just do? I never got a chance to read them back in the day. I don't know what I did, but I was supposed to go to Northern Sandy. Oh, did I go down two? Oh, the first one is wrong. I had to go to the second one. The first one's the exit. Oh, that's what happened. Okay, I chose number 1. I thought 1 was the northern, 2 was the exit, or 3 was the exit. I had no idea I had to scroll down 1. That's alright. I just clicked without looking. That's truly what I did. I just assumed that the one that I was looking for was the first one. You're at the Chateau Doria? And then Northern Sandy? Wild. I'm watching where all my peeps are. HEAVENSARMY, my curiosity was sufficiently piqued to do some investigation of my own into the Knights Mistale. It's lovely to see you again, High Priest Casa. I'm afraid I neglected to properly introduce myself at our first meeting. My name is Ulmia. I was advised to seek your counsel by Lady Hinari. He found something out, didn't he? About the Mistale people. Now I understand. Reason for your keen interest in the nature of paradise and the curse of the Twilight God is clear to me. Lady Ulmia, and you, HEAVENSARMY, you need not fear being overheard in this place. Let us be entirely truthful with one another and speak openly of these matters. Matters concerning the Tavnazian choir efforts to complete the 5 verses. You know of the song? Before the advent of the Great War, you came to visit Lady Hinari with Cardinal Mildorian and her companion, did you not? I was permitted to accompany Papscu Machavate, and was present at all proceedings. I'm certain that at the time, you had little idea of the reason behind that gathering. Well done making your bed. That took way longer than it normally does to make beds, but, well, unless you had like 30 blankets and 100 pillows, then maybe I can see why it took so long. Unless you were like learning how to like do it all professional, like. I'm not too sure. But interesting. Interesting still the least. It was in fact a meeting to improve the failing relations between the cathedrals of Sandy and Tavnazia. In particular, there seemed to be no end to the unsavory rumors surrounding the Tavnazian Cathedral. This was perhaps due to the strict policy of secrecy the Tavnazians have adopted, following the period of internecine conflict in Sandy. The Papscu sent a messenger to determine the accuracy of these rumors. However, Cardinal Mildorian arrived accompanied by 2 young girls, and one of those girls, you, Ulmia, sang a certain song. Yes, I remember, but my voice was still untrained, and Papscu Machavati grew furious at my terrible singing. No, child, that was not why he was angry. The reasons behind the Papscu's outburst was his fear that the song you were singing would be completed. He was frantic to stem the dreadful power of that song. Ah, there you go. Dreadful power? The truth comes out 20 years later. It is perhaps for the best that you remained ignorant of the truth. The story finds its beginning almost 500 years ago. It reaches back to an era considered to be a time of humiliation for the Elven. Interesting. 500 years ago of Elven humiliation. At the time, the Quan continent was under the control of the army dispatched by the Federation of Windy. Windy actually had places taken over back 500 years ago, but now when I play this game, Windy has nothing. We're in last place like always. The Elven race had yet to form a nation of their own, and the numerous tribes lived in forests apart from one another. Humble beginnings of living in forests. But even as now, the blood of the Elven ran deep with pride, swearing victory upon his sword. The hero, Lanfar Dora Guile, came forth to lead our people to freedom. Bennett, welcome back. How have you been? Have you learned new things? Have you finished things that you set out to do? Along with General Alpho Taj, who was later to become the Marquis of Tabnazia, they founded a kingdom on the strength of two valuable artifacts. One being that crazy cube. However, after the battle of to emancipate the Elven, both of those treasures were lost. In their respective places in the cathedrals of Sandy and Tabnazia, the mysterious stone tablets were left behind. We toiled long and hard to solve the riddles of the tablets, and were finally able to retrieve one of the objects in the age of King Ranpair, the Holy Sword Lightbringer. What a cool name for a sword. In spite of this success, the Tabnazian Cathedral refused to reveal the contents of the second tablet. A secret investigation instigated that the Sandy Cathedral discovered the writings upon the stone were actually the verses of a song. Yes, you know this song only too well. It's the Lastonia song. It is the lay of the immortals. It was a song that would conclude with the manifestation of a deity. A song could call the gods? I never knew! We almost got the song completed too. I'm fine, just mucking around Twitch to watch some Final Fantasy XI videos. Well, I'll be playing this for the next couple of months, so you'll have some videos. New, fresh videos every single day. Lucky you. The Tabnazian Cathedral deciphered the words with a melody yet eluded them. The search for one who could perform the song was apparently long and arduous. However, when you appeared and were able to sing the opening verse, the song showed its first promise of power. But I was told the lay was sung to prove that Prishy was not the abhorrent one. I know this. That is why I summoned you here to explain the truth behind those matters. What happened so long ago? I have learned that Lady Hinare, that a knight is searching for Cardinal Meldarion under orders of the Sandian Cathedral, yes. From what I could discover, he has traveled to the Northlands to learn more about the Twilight God. I know not her purpose, but Cardinal Meldarion was also seeking knowledge regarding Promathia. Cardinal Meldarion? So is she the villain right now or no? Please heed my words. Never forget the significance of that song, or your own worth as one who holds knowledge of its mysteries. If the Cardinal discovers that you're still here, Lady Ulmia, I implore you, find your companion and return to Tabnazia. I spoke with the researchers in Bosadine on this matter of Sir Loverance, right? He was the one. He's the one that was hired to look for Meldarion, in case you're not keeping up. From what I can gather, your friend has most likely been transported to the Reinerstrie in the Federation of Windy. That is good news. Thank you, High Priest Kassa. We will continue our search in the city of Windy. Cool. And she overheard. She's listening in. She's not. She doesn't have any clues. She's just listening in to us. What a terrible cat lady she is. How dare she do stuff like that? Next stop, Windy Waters, Home 3. Windy Waters, Home 3. Isn't the crystal supposed to be here? This is just not loading. Oh, I'm at the cathedral. I'm at the cathedral. I'm like, wait a minute. And once you step into the castle, the crystal should be right there. Weird. Anyway, why is there so many people around this crystal? This is a popular home point? I've never seen that many people there before. Not really. My first time into Sandy, there wasn't all those people, and all the times I had to warp here to go to the cathedral to talk to the duchy, there wasn't that many people, and crazy. Anyway, it's just getting more and more full. Cool. We have to talk to her several times to get the right cutscene. There are several, and the right one is where she mentions Uran. Wait. Wakes up. Huh? I've been looking everywhere for you. You adventurer folk. Can't seem to sit still. Can you imagine what it's like trying to find you? Yeah, it'd be terrible to try to find me. The nerve of people nowadays. Well, I haven't exactly been out searching for you. Not in the strict technical sense of the word. But you've had me so worked up, I haven't been able to properly meditate. What have I done to you? Wipe that innocent look off your face! I know you know better. Like, I have no idea what I'm being blamed for, so of course I have, like, an innocent look on my face. I haven't done anything yet, I don't think. I have received the summons for you from the Prime Avatar. Yes, you, and also for your buddies. Prime Avatar? What is happening? These past few days have been a nightmare, literally. The Prime Avatar snatched me up in my dreams, and I thought I was a goner. Scenes of Windy flashed before my eyes. So Diablo is haunting his dreams, but all he said was, "Come to Shoja," and ordered me to relay the message to you and your palsy walsies. Do you see what I went through all because of you? We were just talking to Diablo, who was like supposed to be a good person. He just gone and took his own path to try to save people. But anyway, I've told you and done my job. So you get your your tail down to Shoja, and Mr. Prime, like Mr. Prime Avatar says. They call them Prime Avatars? I'll never be able to meditate properly again if you don't. So off with you now, shoo. Well, that wasn't your Ran, so I'm going to talk to you again, but I got a Veil of Dream Essence. Let's talk to you again. Oh, there we go. Interesting. You gotta talk to somebody that many times to possibly get stuff? Weird. Very weird. Whoa, your aura is blinding. What on Vanadil are you carrying? The hope of the world, the light of the Mother Crystal, all of that stuff. Look, I can't sleep with you standing there like a muddled manticora. You're looking for a girl with spiky hair? You could use as nails? What? Oh, I know the one. She was taken to Dr. Uran's mansion. Her hair is not spiky that you could use as nails, is it? Not that spiky. Anyway, unlike the light I see in your aura, she is surrounded by a dark, creepy cloud. She's invincible from it, but cool. It is that very cloud of doom and gloom that has made her a target of the great being I see in my dreams. But now that someone somewhere has activated the runes of Shoja, that great being can no longer act freely. The being is so furious over losing its prey, I don't think I'll be seeing any pleasant dreams for a while. That's all I needed to see, right? You got the Uran thing and stuff like that. It's totally what we needed. I'm gonna click on this person again. Dr. Uranoran's mansion. Cool. Yeah, that's it. I'm floating in the. I'm floating. Why am I floating? Cool. I didn't know I could float like. Oh no, my float power ran out. You can cast float in Final Fantasy games. Final Fantasy 12, you can float wherever you want. Windy Walls #1, huh? Wakathy North, don't you dare use Tataru languages here. That was, like, not allowed. Yeah, terrible. What was that place called in Final Fantasy 14 where all the pirates were? Because I'm forgetting all the names of places of Final Fantasy 14's names, but that's the hometown I picked, and it was a terrible idea. I hope Uranoran is this person right here. Yes, okay, good. I was trying not to use my mouth. Aren't you the adventurer that brought those 3 catastrophes to my doorstep? Yep, that was me. That already happened. What disasters do you have in store for me today? You might, I might have been caught off guard by past events, but this time I'm ready for you. The world's going to end. Diablo's showing up people's dreams. I've brought the Harbinger of Doom, and he's not going to be ready for this. He's clearly not going to be ready for this. Pardon my intrusion, but would this be the residence of the former Rhinistry minister? I didn't get a cutscene with him. Uh-oh. Go back and talk to the girl until she talks about showing up to this place. I had to do 2 cutscenes with her. So go back to that sleeping lady who I just came from and get another cutscene with her. Should be 2 cutscenes or more. Until you get this cutscene to come here. But if you skipped it, you wouldn't know that you got it. So go back and talk to that person and do it again. Heaven's Army, thank the goddess you're here. It seems you were one step ahead of me for once. Well, well, who is this enchanting young lady? Haha, do you think I would be enough to startle me silly? Not yet. I have you know, I am one of the calmest, most unshakable. Oh, they all show up. All the Sin Hunter people. I'm not me. I'm me. Malice is on YouTube. Welcome back, Malice. How come you're not hanging out on Twitch today? That's new. You give me some likes and some comments, are you? And not on the live stream, but on my videos. Is this the residence of Dr. Uranoran? Is the doctor around? So, Kappa and Muh. And Shikari Y. What happened to Shikari X and Z and all of them? Clearly there's all of those. Should really invest in locks on his doors. Yeah, you should. I am the Mithrin tracker Shikari Y. Are you ready to meet your doom, Dr. Uran? A Mithrin tracker. I thought he was the... I knew X, Y, and Z was next. I knew Z was next. I knew it. He actually passed out. He was not ready for all of this. Ordinarily, I would have you faint in terror after you've heard what I've come to say. Not the other way around. Dr. Uranoran, surely you already suspect the reason I am here. Come, there's no point in hiding it. We Mithran trackers are able to sense that abhorrent power. Abhorrent power? Question marks? Well, I got. She was asleep and wouldn't turn on the cutscenes for some reason. There you go. Had to talk to her numerous times, as Dragon already said before. Shame on you. Anyway, you, Tataru, have had little experience with this type of magical energy. The Mithra know it all too well. A stone pulsing with that dark power was the cause of bloodshed within my tribe. You will hand over the stone. You would hand the stone over to me immediately. The Magicite. Now, sweetheart. Mithran Tracker? I understand your concerns, but are you sure you don't have me confused with somebody else? I am an avid researcher of all things earthen. I have no samples of this dreadful Magicite you speak of. Is that right? Sugar plum? Sugar plum? I don't usually like to say this up front, but I do love the sight of bright gushing blood. Whoa! I don't know anything about this stone. I can't give you what I don't have. I thought you were calm and cool. I thought you weren't gonna be shaken by this. Why did you let out a little eek? Enough of this. How dare you threaten this poor man with violence? Do you truly believe this tyrannical method will lead to any sort of justice? He swears he does not have the Magicite. You shoot her, I will destroy all of everything. So don't even think about it. If he doesn't have it, then maybe you carry the stone. Or maybe this adventurer. Yes, I have the stone. And then I run out the door, laughing. You'll never catch me! And then I would lead them away. And I'd teleport, and they'll never be able to find me. You're way off the mark, ladies, says somebody in question marks. It's probably Prishy? Who's the spiky-haired person that I'm looking for? Because I don't know of no spiky-haired person that can be used as nails. But alright. The only person carrying Magicite here is me. For I am the great Prishy. Prishy! Hey guys, sorry to keep you hanging. But now that I'm here, everything will be just peachy. Just peachy? Look at the situation we're in, you ninny. Okay, they're all aiming at her now, but she's invincible. I wouldn't do that either. Oh, Shantoto shows up. Cool. That's far enough. You kiddies play far too rough. Dr. Shantoto? Shikari Y, you rabid feline. You may be a Mithran tracker, but I'll be a Cardian's mother before I let you run amok in this city of mine. Is this city hers? I don't think it's hers, but she can probably say it and get away with it. How I loathe complications. And you, Uranaran, since I have the floor, I'll speak while I can. This story's going to the press. Another legitimate child, and Elvin no less. What? Like, they can't be messing with this poor person. Like, come on, he's already gone through enough. The three that showed up already ruined his day. Now Shantoto is ruining his day as well. No, you've got it all wrong. Next stop, the Boneyard Gully. What? Okay, anyway. Too soon. I would not want to be the one on the bad side of Shantoto. Well, he's not on the bad side, but she really is messing with him. This guy's gone through so much in the last couple of days, and now Shantoto gotta dig in. Poor dude. Now to the heart of the matter. Prishy, show everyone the stone and end this meaningless chatter. Show them why the Magicite is not yours to give. Show them why it would be impossible for you to hand over the stone and live. What does that mean? If that's what it takes, nobody blink now. Where's the stone coming from? What is she doing? Isn't the stone around her neck? How is this possible? The magicite embedded in her flesh. Oh, okay, that's why it took so long. Magicite is the stone that awakens the overwhelming darkness within the possessor. The possessor eventually sheds any vestige of mortality, becoming an anathema of other living creatures. Tell me, cutie pie. Okay, so she likes to call people cute and stuff for some reason. The Shikari why. Why do you have that stone embedded within you? Why have you not become an abhorrent being feared by all? Because she's got good people around her, that's why. An abhorrent being, huh? I just can't get away from that word, can I? Well, I've stayed in this place long enough. You gotta go throw down... I gotta go throw down with Bahamut. The fate of Vanadil is at stake. Bahamut? You mean the Worm King, Bahamut? No, my uncle Bahamut. That is exactly what I would have said to her, too. That's exactly what I would have... That was the right amount of sass. Not over the top, not mean, and not too light. That was a good, strong enough jab to get the punchline across. That was perfect. That's a line you can see me using. Of course I mean the Worm King. Under normal circumstances, it would be my duty as the Mithrin tracker to gain possession of the magicite by any means necessary, even if it meant carving it out of your hide. But why don't you accompany me to Ottawa Chasm instead, honeybee? I want to know what this Mithra looks like underneath this mask when calling everybody cutie pies and honeybees and all of these words. There's someone there who should know a lot about the black magicite you have. That could be fun. Rishi, what are you thinking? Olmia, I'm going to go with this cat lady. She might be able to help me find the Star of Tapnasia. Can I go with you? Rishi? Heaven's Army, take care of Olmia. No, let me come with you! And thanks for your help, Docs. Docs! Now you got Shantoto upset at you now. Why is that curse stone in Prishy's chest? Because of that horrible thing that happened to her a long time ago? With that crazy stone baptism thing that happened to her? Probably. That's what I'm thinking when that happened. And why has she decided to seek out the Star of Tapnasia after all this time? I must go to Ottawa Chasm as well. I don't know if she should show up or not, even though she has the power of the song that could change the whole world. Kind of thing. Oh, Uran, you are having a hard week. I thought my week was hard when I have to play this game all week, but I think he's got me topped. I think he's been having a harder time. I just have to stay on the sidelines and let all the stuff happen while all of that stuff that happens was happening to him. So yeah, I think really he's having a harder time than me. So there is a brighter side to that thought pattern, you know, to keep playing this game forever. I'm going to head over to Windy Woods. And use the Unity 125 warp to Ottawa Chasm. Then we'll mount up and head to the battlefield. Also, yeah, nobody's messing with Shantoto. Nobody corrects her and leaves without a scar. I don't think he was scarred, was he? But just like, that was an awesome dig she put in there. With the illiterate children and Mithra showing up at his house trying to kill him and all of that stuff. And she just got that extra little dig in there. It was kind of funny. But, I don't know. I'd like to see more of Shantoto in this game. I'm in Windy, and it doesn't leave scars, she leaves impact craters. Oh. A fancier way to word it. Go to 125. Yes, I want to see more Shantoto. She's kind of funny. We have an expansion for you. I see. Well, good. I mean, I already seen this first start of it, with the Dark Shantoto. where she had her own thing. May, you're late! But welcome back, how are you? Hopefully all is well. Oh, you're already gone, okay. Even Ando loads up before you, Dragon. You're the only one who does not. You're the one that loads up last in my on my game. Even Ando was like, "Yep, I'll load up first." Anyway, what's happening, May? Ooh, shiny thing over there. I was watching Shonen Maid. Oh, what do you think of that anime? It is absolutely clean, family-friendly, and I couldn't find any faults with it. At all. Maybe you can find a fault with it, and then I'll have to watch it back and be like, oh, I didn't understand what they meant by that, but cool. And then I can make it, I can unmark it down from a perfect score to a 3, and then I could remove it from my list. But I had to put that one on my list because it was a perfect score. Was it super exciting and everything? Probably not as exciting as other animes, but you have registered a new point. Oh, cool! We've never been here either. That's wild. I liked it. So far, I didn't finish it yet. Well, cool. I hope you enjoy it. Because yeah, that's just one of those ones that I just couldn't find anything wrong with it. Wow, I hopped on my mount and it kicked me out of my thing. And I'm not gonna live without this. I am not going without my moves. You watch the anime sub though. That's fine. Maybe the sub could be lighter or darker than the dub. You can let me know. Everything! You miss comedy? We wrecked that dude's day. We wrecked Uranaran's day again. Shantoto and the Sin Hunters or Sin Eaters or whatever they're called showed up to that dude's place and his day is ruined again. And just a bunch of good stuff. A bunch of good stuff this episode. You could like skip the first part where I was trying to find I don't know where he went, but if I hit square, and then, oh, there you were, okay. Is Tiamat around? Are you talking, like, late game stuff? Okay, this is the fight against multiple enemies. Oh, Shell and Protectra and Ultra Ra and... Wait, do I have to go inside the room? Well, you're over leveled, so just... Oh, I had to click onto it. I thought the fight was going to happen. Here I was, like, powering up, doing 1,000 things. Headwind. You do not, you do those inside, because it'll just... I didn't know, I thought this was a thing. I thought the fight was gonna spawn where we were standing, not we had to go inside another room. I had no idea. Oh well. So what am I fighting? Like, it just came out of nowhere. Is this number Z? She's a monk? This is Z. So Mildarian wasn't in the safe hold after all. Her whereabouts may still elude us, but I'm certain the Cardinal lives. Mildarian must be found and punished for her sins before the whole world ends up like this barren land. And there's Shikari X. So Z's got the blue awesome armor, and X is the monk. Or thief. Does monks ever dual wield swords? Probably not. Leave it to me, sis. Once I track down the theologian, Prishy, she'll be able to tell me where the Cardinal is hiding. Prishy's trail leads to the Rhinestrait in Windy. I'll head there right now. Too late, Buttercup. You've gotta move faster than that. How did you? X, Y, and Z. You! Hershey, you haven't changed at all. Yeah, I watched my diet. Good answer. Good to see you are still kicking too, Miss Tracker. It's been a while. A meeting of old friends? This girl is no friend of mine. She is the youth that manipulated the Tavnesian Cathedral alongside Cardinal Mildarian. Do not tell me that you've forgotten our warning. When the Worm King returns, a new war will erupt between the dragons and Altana's children. Before that happens, we must wake the sleeping gods with the lay of the immortals and beseech their aid. Can you not see? The future that we most fear has come to pass. Of course we Mithrin trackers carry heavy sins of our own. We fail to see through your honeyed words, even going as far as to aid you in your demented plans. Whoever would have believed those plans were resurrecting the Twilight God with the lay of the immortals? Now hang on there, Furball. Aren't you getting your facts mixed up? It's true that Cardinal Mildarian never really intended to wake up your fusty old gods, but we never did anything to bring back Pomathia. Then why does that girl behind you sing the lay of the immortals? And the Magicite you possess was the same material used by the Beastmen to revive the Shadow Lord. The Shadow Lord? That I already defeated? Twice? Don't play coy with us. If you had no intention of awakening the sleeping gods, why would you need to find a singer for the lay of the immortals? What have you brought forth from the abyss of death with the power of the Magicite? I give up. There's no talking to you guys when you get all fanatical like this. That's why we never told you the truth. Why, you little brat! Yes, you're right. We are singular in our purpose. If you understand our zeal, then there's nothing left to talk about. Am I fighting these ones? Who do we take out first? Who's the dangerous one? Have we got to take out first? The monk? Or the other one, because they might be able to heal. We are not here to probe your other sins. We are here to demand payment for a single crime. The crime of singing the lay of the immortals. One is a Dark Knight, clearly, and a monk. I'm not too sure what the other one is. You will be held responsible for the sins of Mildarian. There will be no hearing. Prepare to face your judgment. And now I fight for her, right? Cool. So all of my hard work went down the drain for nothing. A beast? Oh, a beast. She's a beastman. Oh. And a dragoon. Who'd have thought? I'm not going in there without re-raise. Think I'm insane or something? Oh, I got my re-raise. I could go now. I like the halo that goes over my head. Maybe that's why I keep summoning it. It's perfect for my channel. Who do we take out first? Oh, leader? Y, Z, or X? No, the beast. It's either the Dark Knight or Y. Okay, he just says charge. He's like Leroy. Clearly he's going for Z, though. Cool. 3 against 3 is not fair. Plus trusts. Well, yeah, I feel like this team should be able to beat the game. I think we should be able to beat the game with us 3 together. Why? No strength left. Some strange power at work. You guys can't kill us, even though we didn't fight. We've spent a long time dealing with things that people were never meant to encounter. Are we gonna finish what we set out? And we're gonna finish what we set out to do. That was fast. I was trying to weaken them, but there was almost no need for that. I should have casted magic to probably kill one of them by myself as well. That would have been great. Would have been good to do more damage other than weaken them for people to punch them even harder. What are you? I know exactly what you girls are trying to get at. You want to save everyone. Save Vanadil. I know I'm right, because I feel the same that way too. We thought bringing back Promathia was the only way. Percy, you never mentioned? No, Darian, I knew it. If you want me to pay for that crime, I'm happy to do it, but not for you. Not for the terrestrial avatars, not for the sleeping gods, and definitely not for the beastmen. I'll do it for me, because my crime was abandoning myself. Now I want some answers. Where can I find the Star of Tabnazia? Okay, crazy cutscene camera work is at play again. Or did she just enter her mind and can see where things are? Who knows why we're getting this cutscene? Where is this? Inside a snowy cave, the Ulgarand Range. She's the one who knows she has plot armor. Yeah, being the main character, I've already mentioned this, but being the main character, you're pretty much set, unless like they're terrible animators that want to kill the main character off in a game or a movie, or an anime, or anything that's you're a main character of. But like, if I was the main character in my own anime, I would be like, hey, it's time to fourth wall break this. So animators, we need to have a chat because I'll be breaking the fourth wall all the time to make sure that all's gonna end well and work out well for me. Wow, the Beastmen carried it pretty far, huh? But that's my magicite. I gotta get it back. Freshy, we're running after her too. Come back! You're not gonna catch her, are you? She looks like she could run really fast, and they're all wearing heavy armor, so they're probably not gonna catch her. Oh, good, I warped somewheres now. I got 1,000 experience points for that. Cool, and now I'm stuck on your whatchamacallits. Oh, Endo. Always with no MP and dying all the time. You won't know until we start fighting some tougher things to know what I'm talking about. Need a Scholar to 35 and I'll get my spare MP ability. Yes. Or White Mage. No, or Summoner. Or Summoner. Guess we're warping, yo. But White Mage, no, it's Summoner or Paladin, and Scholar also gets the MP. Oh, I'm thinking of Refresh. Because if you were half Summoner or half Paladin, you can get Refresh on your character as well. So, as next stop. I have to allow this word. Because I don't know what's wrong with Twitch, but something's really wrong with Twitch. Unity Warp, mount up. Cool, let's do it again. It's Windy Woods exit. Unity Warp 128. Cool. Sounds easy to me. Ando, you're so fast. I can't believe I had to approve that word. Oh, 2 words. What a bizarre game. There we go. Any more new books and warps we can get along the way? Oh, you stopped, so it made me think I was going the wrong way, but... all of these crystals that we do not have. Wow, okay. Look at the number 2 on the way. Perfect. Good enough for me. Oh, it's one of those things again. Okay. Just white and it was the snow hare. A buffalo? That is not what a buffalo looks like. We forgot what? I missed that. Forgot to get to go sledding later. Singing you a Christmas song right now. Did you get the X something mount? I did not actually, because I have to go further in the story to get something else. I need to go a little bit further. And unlock something else, and then I can get the mount right away, I think, is what I was told. So soon, very soon. Dragon is definitely the high-leveled one who knows this game and is a very patient and knowledgeable guide. And a decent enough person to be able to handle somebody like me. And all of that good stuff. And then Ando showed up not too long ago and was like, if I catch up, can I join you? And I'm like, that would be awesome. Never really asked Dragon how he felt about it, but I'm like, yeah, that would be awesome to have more people along for the ride. But the new mount from the login points, I got the bomb thing, but I did not know is there more new ones? Because I got the bomb and the squid. I'm just steering the clown car. Heavens is driving. The clown car? This is either A, the Batmobile, or the Final Fantasy 15 Regalia, and that's all I will tolerate, since they both look the same. Since they both got the same design kind of thing. If there's new mounts, I want to go and see them. Oh, the rainbow squid. Absolutely, I got that rainbow squid. Scary face and eyes and stuff, but really pretty. Steer the airship. Oh, the High Wind or the Ragnarok? Because Ragnaroks are usually swords and they're powerful, but I landed on Squirt. Oh no, I squished Squirt. Somebody animate that. That would be amazing. I would love to see all the animators come up with the most craziest ideas ever. And just to see what happens, just to see how that works out. It's very fortunate to have such a help. Indeed it is. I've been thanking them since day one. I thank May sometimes too, you know, but sometimes they steer me wrong. You know what I mean? Something which is holding me back to return is the lack of friend or companionship in this game. Well, if you're like me, you don't know how to get people to show up and help you, and you don't know how to do that interaction MMO thing, because I don't. I really don't. I have no idea how to do the MMO thing. But they found me. I'm a live streamer and they found me, because if they didn't found me, I would have been playing this game completely by myself again, like 14. Because I do not know how to talk to people in an MMO, apparently. I don't get it. If I say hi in an MMO and no one else says hi, I just assume no one's on and nobody says hi. You know what I mean? So, yeah, and I don't stand in the square and dance for hours on end. That's not something I'll ever do on my live stream. But I just see people doing that, and I'm like, that's such a waste of time. I don't want to stand around a square. Flames of her dad. I don't know if that's what that's really said, but I'm going with that. Another boss fight? Like, what is this boss after boss fight thing? Like an instance fight? The magical barrier prevents you from moving any closer. Rishi's here, though. She'll save the day. She's the main character in this game, after all. You made it, Heavens. Just in time, too. You were about to be the lucky recipient of Lady Prishy's punishment in Pain Special. So, this is the Beastman barrier I've heard so much about. Step aside and watch a professional at work. Yeah, because I'm clearly useless, and I can't open up a barrier by myself at this point. So clearly I need Prishy here. That's it, we're through. We're through. Moving on. Whoa, get a load of this place. Looks all like frozen water stuff. Why did the beastman bring that chunk of magicite here? The poor beastman who found it would have been pretty messed up, I say. Yeah, changing words. I suppose you wouldn't know too much about that particular chunk of magicite. Not at all. The emptiness sealed within made it unique. You've heard about the magicite known as the Star of Tavnazia, right? Yes, numerous times. And I bet you know that a piece of it was stolen and sold to Bastok before War II, right? Yes, I heard Sid mention that somebody brought it here, and it was gone again. Well, an allied expedition came here to the Northlands 30 years ago, bearing that chunk of magicite. Its members were poisoned by the voice of darkness sealed within the stone. Give in to thy desires. Return to thy true self. That voice beckons to the darkness within us, over and over. That's why the members of the expedition went a little loopy. You can't really blame them, though. That's why they all murdered themselves here in the Northlands? It's crazy. And they all heard that and died? Rough. I mean, you would too, if the Twilight God was whispering in your ear. But she's not? Okay, somebody showed up. It's Loverance. Oh, okay. I didn't see the orange and white checker thing. The voice of Promathia? What the? You eavesdropping again? You must tell me more of this tale. I am Loverance in Mistale. I don't know if he's a good guy or a bad guy. To me, he doesn't seem bad, but... French maid M. Mistale, royal knight and member of the Allied expedition, was my grandfather. Oh, so that's which one you were. In that case, I know all about you too. So you finally come back. Did you manage to avenge your grandfather's death? How did you know about that? Could it be that you're... You got it, buddy. It's your unlucky day. I'm Prishy, and this is Heaven's Army. You two? Well, I don't know what's going on. I'll just look confused in this back corner as the side dish of this game. I bet you've heard that nobody knows what to make of us, huh? But, as that doesn't bother me one bit, you shouldn't let it bother you either. What I want to hear is the lowdown on the big boss behind the Kindred of the Northlands. The Mithras seem to think that it's Promathia, but I know better than that. It's not. So, who is it? He is called the Divinity of Darkness by the Beastmen, apparently. I've returned here to investigate that very fact. The legends of the Northern Islands tell that the Divinity of Darkness slumbers in this land. At some time in the past, the Shadow Lord followed the voice of the sleeping deity to its source. Oh, really? His actions led by a powerful stone in the possession of the Shadow Lord, the Divinity of Darkness created an army of demons to enter the service of his visitor. I think I'm starting to get it now. The being who the Beastmen called Promathia is actually... Tell me, I must know the truth! Yeah, tell us please, don't leave us hanging right now. Prishy, wait, be on your guard, there is something strange afoot. Camera! Action! Oh, okay, cool, that happened. Why is all my stuff always disappearing? How dare they remove my Never Die? I am not going anywhere without Never Die. So, forget that noise. There, now I can never die, let's go. It has to die in 45 seconds or something? I did not read what you wrote down. Not Blizzard. Okay, not Blizzard. I didn't want to cast Blizzard. We win! It was a bomb. It was a frost bomb. That was the darkness thing was a frost bomb? I hope not. That can't be the conclusion to that northern darkness monster thing. This was a DPS check back in the day. Well, cool. I did good, right? Are you smiling at me? Heavens, I knew you were tough. How dare you smile? I don't know if I can be handling her being happy and smiling at me, but in the end, after all is said and done, then I would want her to be happy and normal. Yeah. That guy definitely has an eye for adventure. Talking about dumb luck. What happened to the resting place of the sleeping god? You know of the divinity said to slumber here. There should be an enormous crystal of darkness here. It can't be. The beastman deity you speak of... There it is. It's all shattered already. Flashbacks? Oh? Like a sharp piece of something. Is that... Stay back, the voice of darkness will have you! I will never forget that stone. It is the magicite that drove the Allied expedition members to madness. That stone is responsible for my grandfather's fate. What is Prishy hearing? No, Shikarizi. Shikarizi indeed. You've come back. Welcome home, my little lost magicite. Prishy? Am I running too slow? Yeah, I'm taking my time to run to her. I could have caught her by now, but no. I'm gonna jog gently towards her. And let her do what she's doing now. And all the time to run faster and stop it, if I was supposed to. But she said it's home, so that's good. Well, we got a bit of EXP at least, indeed. I must follow my friend. I must learn the truth. So do I. I want this not to end weirdly. I want to know what's happening. HEAVENSARMY. I shall see you back in Basti. May the light of Altana guide you on your journey. Wait, we're going back to Basti? But we just showed up and fought a frost bomb. Why? The crystal, the dark crystal has already been shattered, but a piece of it, Prishy absorbed into her body? Is that what's going on? Sid, check number 3. Wait, we're going back to talk to Sid? Again? Again. Alright, fine. I can't wait to see that flapping face of his. You could take your time loading up, game. That'd be great. Look, I don't write the plot, I just say where to go. I think you did write this plot, Dragon. I think you had some kind of program thing in this game. And I'm trying to figure out what it was that you've done. And it was probably that, like, that 50-50 business going on in this game, and a bunch of other evils. But I don't have any proof just yet. So until I do, I'm keeping a sharp eye on you. To find the moments. Oh cool, I made it to Sid before Ondo. Only I could click on him. Good, that means I won't be too far behind. So we're all back with all of the people. We already fought these bosses, now they're following us. Ulmia, and who might these three be? We are the Mithran Trackers, Sin Hunters, who have come from a Mithran homeland to find Prishy. Sin Hunters? What did Prishy ever do to the Mithra? Wait, does this mean you found her? Yes, we were able to locate her for a bit. However, she went off on her own again with the Magicite. The Magicite? Fill me in on the details, Ulmia. This is the Magicite I've seen before. Yes, it is, Sid. This is exactly what you've seen before. I see. I didn't realize that Tabnazia's Magicite was that powerful, or that dangerous. So it was the energy from that stone that affected the members of the multinational expedition. It invaded their hearts and minds, ultimately driving them to do the unspeakable. Murder, apparently. Exactly. Our country's representative on that expedition found a shard of Magicite and brought it back to our homeland. It was then that we too realized its terrifying power. However, we were never told where the shard came from. Further Mithran expeditions were sent to the Northlands to investigate the stone's origins, but they were unsuccessful. The hammers are distracting me in the background again. It looks like it's coming over head, and it's just threw me off. Anyway, no, it was a completely different investigation that led us to the answer. While searching for the relic of the dragon stolen from the temple of Ugalapa, we found what we were looking for. You met with Christian Cardinal Moldorian in the Tavnazian Cathedral. After a bit of persuasion, the Cardinal showed us what they call the Star of Tavnazia. In other words, Magicite. He told her of the terrible power that the Magicite contained and demanded that she dispose of it somewhere it would never be seen again. However, the Cardinal would not listen to reason. She would only say that the stone was necessary to wake the gods up from their eternal slumber. Wake the gods? But that's... I could not bring myself to believe Miss Shikari's words either, until I heard the same story from the Sandorian Cathedral. The hymns of Tavnazian choir would sing, the words possess the power to bring the gods back to life. A stone and a song. All we're missing now is a sword and stuff, and we got ourselves a Disney movie. Wait, that song Prishy sang to help Sethos escape. Is that the same song? And so, the whole song has been recited. No, there's a fifth verse. Of course there's another verse. And only the sleeping gods know it. However, if one were to inquire with the god that recently woke up in the Ulguran range, it is only a matter of time before the fifth and final verse is sung. Or perhaps the woman in cell... No. I cannot trust you yet with this information. Good day. The woman in cell. Cell? Master Sid, I wish to continue my search for Prishy, with the 3 Mithrin trackers. Well, hold on there, Ulmia. The trackers are only looking for Prish so they can, punish her. I don't think they are now anymore. To ensure your safety, you have to find Prishy before those frisky felines do. Selbina? That's a place that starts with SEL? Cool. We're gonna go talk to the president of Selbina, right? Sure. Or whatever they're called. This is just between you and me, but I've already talked things over with some of my acquaintances, as he quotes it. In the Tinshoto and Nord, they're scouring the continent for any information on the blue-haired princess. If they find anything, we'll be the first to know. That's why you need to stick around, so you can be here when that info comes in. Thank you, Master Sid, for everything. Rybot. Take Ulmia to Cornelia's headquarters and have the president's daughter prepare a room for our guest. Yes, sir. End of Ulmia's path. Something something. Start of Loverant's path. Next stop, the Tavnazian stronghold. Tavnazian safehold. Oh, weird. I didn't think we were going there. I miss Angel Star. We fed her and walked with her twice, and fed her again, and fed her some more. Actually did a lot today with her. She sang to some music. It was beautiful. I miss her already too. But I know I have to focus on progress sometimes. HEAVENSARMY, with all she has gone through, I don't think it would be safe to inform Ulmia of what Tenzin discovered just yet. I'm still not too sure why Prishy would just run off with that fragment of the Star of Tavnazia, but I bet my apron, the thing that's covering my whole upper body at this point, it has something to do with that Cardinal Meldarian. Yes, it does have something to do with her. She seems to be the final endpoint to this thing. Loverant said he was looking for the Cardinal. Maybe he knows something that could be of use. If you hurry, you might be able to catch up with him. We can't jump to any conclusions about Prishy being the keeper of the Apocalypse without hearing what our Sandorian friend has to say. Loverance mentioned he was going to begin his search with Altau in Tavnazia. Cool, if you hurry, you might be able to catch up with them. So we're doing 3 people's stories, even though they all begin at the same time, but they end at different times? Because we already met with Loverance. But we're acting like we're going to start Loverance's story now, and we're going to eventually meet up to this room again that we just came from. And yes, Sid Assistant is literally named Robot. Well, I was kind of nicknaming him that, but yeah, there's the 3 paths, and yup, that's exactly what's happening. I'm glad I established that early at this point, instead of like at the 3rd and final mission realize that that's what I was doing. But we're going to Tavnazian Safehold. Okay, it's been a while, but that's Norg. There you are. Been a while. Great. May had to talk about Angel Star, and now I miss Angel Star. Great. I'm assuming we're going up and talking to somebody across the way again. The old man, probably, is my guess. And Desparchi in the upper... Yes, okay, I thought so. I didn't even read it, but I just assumed that's where we were going. But now that I am reading it, sure. No problem. I'm getting that deja vu that we've already done these walkings back and forths. Oh, I got the door before I was able to get there. I love it. It's all very similar indeed. Heaven's Army, is Omiya, how is she doing? After she ran out, after you had your little bicker? Greetings, Desperado. It has been too long. Sir Loverance. You need not worry, she is fine. Heaven's Army and I travel the world in search of the truth. A single truth that will restore light to Vanadil and her children. Your granddaughter embraces the same goal as we do, and she will not give up until she has reached it. I can sleep easier knowing that such a noble knight as yourself, forget Heaven's Army to my right, is watching over my dear Omiya. However, she is often one to hide her true feelings away from others, even though she may be in pain. You are not causing her any pain, are you, Heavens, over there? I'll just be like the one that gets left out of conversations but yelled at all the time. That's my character in this Chains of Promathia questline. Omiya is a very strong-willed young woman. She understands the responsibilities that lie before her and will not cower before them. That is why she blamed herself for not knowing more about the painting of Altio kept in the Tavnazian Cathedral's place. But what? Lady Omiya is not a theologian of the cathedral. No one expects her to know of the painting. However... Exactly. There's no way she could know of the paintings. She was only a mere child when the piece was donated to the cathedral. Oh, why must you blame yourself, poor Omiya? Sir Loverance, I know some of the history behind the painting. Let me tell you of what I know. We're gonna find out about this painting right now. Because this is his story now. We're gonna learn about it. They're gonna show us the painting and we're gonna see all of it. There's no way they're gonna skip out on all of this. I'm not too sure what this painting is either. Long ago, I helped in the transport of the relic to the cathedral. Much tumult arose as a result of bringing the painting here. Your assistance is greatly appreciated, Desparchi. I will relay everything you tell me to your granddaughter. Yes, it was some 25 years ago. Well, this is the first time I've seen 25. It's always been 20 or 30. Shocking that it's 25 years ago that the painting was brought to the place. Alvins love to talk about paintings. Good. Oh, those paintings right there. Oh, we've seen those. So the painting of Bahamut being chained down with light. And I'm not too sure what the other one is, but I think it's showing the towers where the 5 crystal shards rest. That the Zellart made. That is the other painting to the right. Okay, I do remember seeing them now. According to the Marquisate officials, the paintings was found deep within ancient ruins known as the Temple of Bugalapa. And it said that the painting depicts a scene in the verse of the legendary song, ancients and their attempt to open the gates of paradise. Now see, like, looks like the chains are going towards Bahamut, or he's firing lasers down to destroy the city down below, which sank the city to the bottom of the ocean. It actually might be that place. It actually might be that drawing. We'll find out more, because that's my now real guess now that I get to see with more information now. Yes, I remember it like it was yesterday. A gate of light hovering over the grand city. The gatekeeper roaring to the heavens. I don't know why he was yelling at me at that day. The gatekeeper took to shape a mighty dragon. However, this 4 legs were bound by mighty shackles. Those are shackles. I thought they were like binding him, but those are actually. I was right my first time, and not beams of light destroying the city. Cool. Wow. All right. Cool. I'm glad I picked that up the first time. Scary. The image was the strongest in the paintings. Many of the missionaries that came to view the painting would often call it the relic of chains, or chains of Promathia, or the relic of the dragon. Who knows? I don't think is the darkness in these creatures too? The gods? I don't think so. I see. So at that time, the identity of the city was still unknown. That's the one that sunk into the water, I'm pretty sure. That's my guess. Yes, until Cardinal Meldarian viewed the painting, it was she who told us it was the city of Alteu. As punishment for defying the gods, the city of Alteu was destroyed and banished to the bottom of the Northern Sea. I was correct. I just forgot it was called Alteu. After the Cardinal revealed the truth of the paintings, many canticle was sung of the legend. There wasn't a soul in Tabnazia who had not heard one while sipping down a glass of brew in the local pub, sponsored by your local pubs. However, why did the Cardinal know of the city and its legend? Yeah, how did she all know? Though I may be mistaken, I seem to recall that before arriving in Tabnazia, Meldarian was a priest who wandered the outlands on quests for spiritual enlightenment. How did she get down to that place then? Unless she traveled through the light crystal, and that would be crazy too. I've also heard tales of that many of the holy relics that reached the archipelago thing were brought from the outlands by thieves and pirates. Perhaps the Cardinal obtained her knowledge of Alteo through these forsaken areas. The outlands, I see. Yes, I also remember how a group of Mithra came from those outlands, so the 3 that showed up, the Sin Hunters, demanding that we return the painting to the temple. And not about the crystal? I too have heard that tale. After a long series of talks, the Cardinals seemed too convinced the Mithras were to allow the painting to remain in Tabnazia without defacing the honor of the cathedral. We were relieved, and with those Mithra beasts gone... Beast? I don't think they were beasts. We could go back to our normal everyday lives. Mithra, perhaps they know more of the painting. That they probably do. Despair, eh? Would you happen to recall the names of the Mithra, or where exactly they came from? I do not remember their names. X, Y, and Z. You should be able to remember that. I do not think they were ever referred to anything other than the title of Sin Hunters. Sin Hunters, assassins, sent from the Mithran homeland to do the dirty work of the Grand Chieftainess. I've met her once, but yeah, I didn't know there was like crazy Sin Hunters and stuff coming from that place. So this painting must be of great importance to their race. Sir Leverance, a young Mithran Sin Hunter, visited the Safehold a number of days ago. So what it was older Sin Hunters and now X, Y, and Z showed up a few days ago? If you can find her, she may be able to better inform you of the secrets behind the painting. A Sin Hunter was here? Excellent. I thank you very much for your assistance. I will heed your advice and begin a search for this Mithra. Cool. Back to Windy Woods. A Sin Hunter in Tabnazia. A quite unexpected turn of events, wouldn't you say, HEAVENSARMY? This guy's kind of giving me that little bit of another awesome Elven from Final Fantasy XIV. Same hair. I wonder if any of you remember his name. Sad story with him. I could have done so much, but in the cutscenes I couldn't do anything to save him. But yeah, him. I'm wondering if anybody remembers who that is. Let us travel to Windy and inquire of the chieftainess about the Sin Hunters and the painting they desire. I know you know them. If you played Final Fantasy 14, you know exactly who I'm talking about. But yeah. Anyway, why is it important to their race? So, from what I got from the story, man, is that in the past, when all of their remember when all of the tribes sent one person up to the Northlands and they all went up and they all died, which caused the Shadow Lord to appear from one of those people and all that whole story there. Well, with that story being said, where am I warping to? Windy Woods. Let me get Windy Woods unlocked first, and then I will talk more. They want to find out why all that stuff happened, so we just got this story very recently. They sent their own expedition up here to find something, and one of them brought back a little chunk of that dark, black, evil materia back to their homeland, and they found out how evil that stone was. And I'm assuming that stone and that painting is going to be explained more now. Talking to Para Vashai, the blind ranger quest up north, is what I'm getting out of the story. But they're going to tell me more about the painting, but I do already know that the materia was already brought to their homeland before. I don't remember where the... Oh wait, maybe I do. I like you call him FN and I call him Dragon. That way or that way? I'll go this way. It's been a while. I don't want to use my map. I kind of want to find it myself without thinking. And then once I see my crew, I know that I've gone the right way. I see, my child. You have heard of this new trust initiative. Okay, no, moving on. I bid you to talk to Shikari Z. I warn you, though. Who's going to go talk to Shikari Z? What? I can unlock Shikari Z as a trust? That'd be kind of cool. You wish to hear of Alteo's adventure? A moment. To ask questions in such a blunt manner does not befit a gentleman. Well, my character has never been known for that, I guess. Most humble apologies for the intrusion. Chiefness Pere Vashai. My name is Loverance in Mistale. To save the people of Vanadil, I seek the truth that hides behind the veil of history. The time of apocalypse is at hand. I beg you for the guiding knowledge of ages passed down through the Mithran race. That's a nicer way to say it. I love watching you, by the way. Very funny. Me? I don't believe me. That's a funny person. But thanks. I enjoy just people here chatting and enjoying the game. And I'm learning stuff about ninjas in my chat. I don't have to read it though. So I guess there's no point in upgrading. Interesting. I understand your situation. However, I know nothing of a city painted in that picture. Even if we're to ask the Mithran trackers, I doubt they would have an answer for you. They are on a journey to fulfill an important duty. If I may be so bold, are the Mithran trackers following a scent of some grave crime? Yes, they came to demand atonement for their sins of the Tavnazian Cardinal. The Cardinal? What crime could she have committed? Strangely enough, her sins are related to the picture you speak of. That picture was stolen from the Temple of Ugalapa. It was stolen, was it? I got assassinated by a water elemental last night. I don't think they would assassinate, but yes, if you were casting magic around a water or any elemental, they will attack you. and they will destroy you if you are low level. Welcome back, Tyler Brave. Way to learn the hard way. I got destroyed by some idle things because I was casting on an elevator, thinking it was safe to cast magic on the elevator, and it was not safe. But I have auto revive, so I never die. A Mithrin tracker traveled to Tabnazi to recover it, but was instead presented with a deal by the Cardinal. A deal? So we've kind of touched bases on this in the last little thing that we just did. The Cardinal apparently knew everything about the legend recited by the Mithra, and the duty that entails. How does she know everything? That is the question that was last presented. How did she know all of this information? That's the interesting question mark right there. And it makes no sense, because I don't know either. To me, it makes no sense. She also stated that the meaning to carry out that duty had been prepared in Tabnazia. The tracker had no choice but to accept the deal. The fate of Vanadil's people was placed in the hands of the Cardinal. How does the Blind Ranger know anything about paintings? Because they are all chatting together. They all pass information via word. And that's how she knows. Chieftainess, indulge me if you will. What is the legend, and what is the duty it reveals? What had your people intended to do? Casting region and didn't see it behind me, lol. So it decided to say hello, yeah, in the most meanest way possible. How dare those elemental magic attacking things show up? A duty to awaken the sleeping gods. The sleeping gods. Surely you have heard of the tale of the ancient race that wounded Vanadil by opening the gates of paradise. Yes. The emptiness that poured from that wound tried to swallow everything in its path. The mountains, the seas, the skies, the forest, even life itself. I don't know if all of that really happened, but cool. The living beings of Vanadil decided to use the tears of Altana that Altana had shed to cleanse the world. However, the battle erupted between the king of the people and the king of dragons over the fifth tier, a conflict that knew no end. People that survived used the power of the sleeping gods to heal the wounded land. And that is the legend told by the Mithra. So this is handed down to Mithra. This might not be 100% accurate, but this is all I am given, so I'll take it for now. This might not be the full, wholehearted story, but at least we got some information what possibly could have happened. Or it could be 100% accurate. You're reading that from Wikia. Seems Fudo Man? Okay, you're still talking about your Mazamuns, okay. Adventurer, in your travels you would have seen the giant glowing crystals that lie hidden far away from civilization. Those crystals are the resting places of the gods. Is there five gods resting or more? Slumbering within are the immortal beings who were called forth to heal the land in the Age of Legend. The wounded land of Vanadil bleeds forth dreaded emptiness. It is now time for us to awaken the sleeping deities and mend our suffering world. And this is the role that the Cardinal attempted to fill? But how? That has not been revealed to me, or yet been revealed. But if you must learn the answer to that question, you should ask the Tabnazian theologian, who was the survivor of the Great War. Prishy again, right? Before she is punished for that crime. You need further explanation? The Mithrin sin hunters never forgive a crime. The sin does not die with the sinner. Be careful with your actions. It is not our place to judge your sins, but in time, your sins may come to judge you. Scary. So, Voidstone checks status currencies Voidstones. Next to the last page. Gotcha. What do you make of her words? I don't know. It's probably close to accurate, but I want more info. They're after Prishy. We already know that. The theologian of the Mithra veers quite dramatically from what the Sandorian Cathedral in several respects. The legend concerning the 5 tiers of Altana is especially at odds with what the Alvin believe. That is why I warn you not to swallow her tale without question. Indeed, I'm smart enough to not do that. Talk of legends aside, the cheapness description of the emptiness that has appeared in every corner of Veneville is an indisputable truth. However, the Mithrin trackers are now chasing after the theologian Prishy, and not Cardinal Meldorian, which I'm still tracking. Yes, which would mean that even the trackers are unable to locate the whereabouts of the Cardinal. Does this mean that the Cardinal has already bid farewell to this world? No. No, I say nay. Has my astonishing luck finally failed, May? You have good luck? I'm gonna hang on to this guy. It is nice to see you again, after so long, sir. I wonder if you remember old Hanoi again? I thought you might have informed me of your presence. I was mightily surprised to hear that you were in town. As always, your visits cause quite a stir. But I do, Babylon. Your subordinate bids me pass this to you. It is an item that should help tremendously in your task. But this is... Yes, indeed. It was broken when you crossed swords with that detestable Vuki? I went to a great lengths to have it repaired for you. What's more, I finally made progress on the task you've entrusted to me so long ago. That despicable bounty hunter that caused you so much trouble, Goldmane. That better be a big lion person showing up. You have information? Yes. According to the Mithrin pirates, the rascal has purchased a small, deserted island south of Moria. I see. My luck has not forsaken me after all. HEAVENSARMY, I ask that you leave the rest to this task to me alone. My incredible luck does not extend to those around me. Oh, I was gonna like hug you and never let go, but alright, if that doesn't work that way, how come it does that for me but with bad luck to other people? It may prove to be more of a hindrance than a help. Until next we meet. Okay. So, I gotta go read chat because I am missing chat now. I was enjoying the crazy story, but I know I want to scroll up. I need to go look at something. I gotta go to statuses and currencies at the bottom and next to the last page. I got one void stone. I also have one void stone. That would mean it is available off AH. Yep, I only have one void stone. Well, heavens, because if I really return, I want to take Kokoku or Ranger Relic. Lol, just raiding up for fun. You're learning things. Okay, we'll take the ferry then. Not really worth the trip up the heavens if you want to talk to Disparchi and go to Tevnazia 3 again. He basically says that Ulmi has left. I'll pass. Oh yeah, it's optional, I guess. Never mind. Yeah, we're taking a ferry. Okay, ferry in 4 minutes. And then talk to the Babiki thing. Warp. Don't worry. We don't talk to Disparchi next. No, it's optional. All he's gonna say is that she left. We take a ferry ride, no escaping it. Take the Babiki Bay Unity warp to 119. New messages is appearing, but they're not showing. I thought we were avoiding the ferry, but because we don't have void stones, can I not pick up a bunch of void stones since I already got the quest started? But somebody else can't. Yeah, and I started that a while ago, didn't I? Like a couple days ago? I should probably have 3 or 4 by now? This will go back to what's the place and pick it up from the dude, I think, right? Anyway, and now where am I going? I have no idea where I am, but I'm going down to the Sunset Docks, most likely. I've been here a long time ago. A long time ago I've been here, and the monsters were really, really strong. So I got the book. I had the book warp, by the way. I've been here before. Pick up the ticket from TWSE or wherever. And a Clipper ticket. Buy the 500 gil option. Cool. Did we miss the ferry? Mana Clipper will arrive in less than a minute. No, it's on its way. Yeah, it's on its way. That's alright. Alright, cool. So I had the book. Ando, if you don't have the book unlocked, that would be wise to get that now. So you don't have to run through there again. You can just get this book. Always wise to get the books. Oh yeah? Cool, so how long do we gotta wait for this to do its thing? And can we clip this boat as well and fall off the boat and have a hard time? I'm gonna... Can I go up here? Ah, too bad. Okay. No, you can't hop up there. Okay, cool. I can't clip off of this boat. Well, I'll sit on my invisible chair. Do you and Dragon remember that Dynamis Windurst you guys did a few days back? Dragon was shouting at heaven, warning that the Yagadu boss would cast death, and sure it did. You guys died to it, lol. Yeah, I remember that. I absolutely do remember that. But I auto-raised, so I never died. But he died, the boss despawned, he had to fight all the creatures again to get another stone, and then we fought it and took it out on our second trip. Because we're epic like that. We have 9 trips remaining. Do we have to take this boat ride 2 more times? Because I want to go pick up my void stones. Ando, I'm leaving you behind. So funny. You thought that was funny. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed that. But, I'm gonna leave Ando behind if I have 3 more void stones. I'm gonna go pick them up and pour Ando. Hopefully we'll have more void stones by the next time we need to come here. I mean, I'm pretty sure wait, you mean to say I don't have any extra more? I don't gotta go pick them up? They will accumulate in my inventory? In my currencies? Because that's unfortunate if that's the case, but I know like many days has gone by since we did that quest. I feel like a bunch of days has gone by. Whoa, why did you warp me over here? Oh, because there's scary monsters, probably. It's not too weak to be worthwhile, is it? Yeah, that's not an... It's not the legendary, whatchamacallit thing that like one shot at me and killed me. Anyway, I'm gonna hide over here. Got 23 minutes? No, I want that back. Custom regen. Didn't mean that. Yes, also every 20 hours you'll get another Void Stone. It just increases. Back in the old days, I would get really mad for what? What would you get really mad for? I have to raise. Mad about dying in Dynamis. Oh, probably that would probably get people mad. You pick up the custom Gilded +1 swimsuit from the event last month. That was the ability to teleport you to the Parongo directly. Nobody told me anything, unless that was before my time. Back in the old days, I would get mad, lol. There you go. Every 20 hours. I'm pretty sure unless I haven't started the Void Stone thing yet, made quite a few people mad. I was too serious in game-chasing gears and stuffs. When I started playing video games, I got caught up with the trophy hunting thing. And very quickly I realized I didn't like trophy hunting. And I don't know, I kind of almost stopped playing video games, and I was still very young, but I just got tired of it. And then I'm like, I need to do something, because I got all these games that I inherited, and I'm like, oh, I gotta find a way to play them, and I gotta find a newer, better way to play video games. So hence I made this channel, and I've learned so much by playing video games for fun and not being serious, because that is more my way of playing. Instead of serious trophy hunting, must do this perfectly, don't waste other people's time if they're helping you for the trophy, yada yada. Anyway, so I've learned to just play games for fun. If I miss stuff, I would have liked to gotten stuff, but if I miss stuff, it's okay. I was a red mage like you in Ragnarok. Well, you were a good class in Ragnarok. That merged to... It was right? No, it was Odin that merged, never mind. But yeah, you were a good class. If you're a red mage like me, you're a wise, smart person. I'm the best class, and now Siren's the best server of all time because I'm on it. That's just the rules that I make up. Tell me about the duelist hat drama. Tell me about that drama. Go for it. I haven't had to suffer through anything. I was trying to explain the magnitude. I just walked in and got my hat and left, right? But what happened in the past? Already dedicated getting a full mage relic here? It's not a bad thing. Is this really hard or dedicated now? Because, I mean, I got help and things just drop, right? It's not so bad. I can talk to you? You miscat? This mana clipper is ready en route to the thing. And it's been an hour. 2 more minutes, Earth time. Cool. Because yeah, I don't understand the magnitude, but then again, if I can like go back in time and be my age, back when Final Fantasy XI came out, I wouldn't play the game. I would not play this game. Even not as a live streamer, I would not play this game. I'm not going to invest months or a year to get some stats up. Ando, I will throw you off this ferry ride. I will pick you up, and it'll be like a power slam move, but it'll be like me throwing you headfirst into the waves. And you will probably land underneath of the ferry, so you best be holding your breath. Anyway, back in the days, tanking time at was Red Mage and Ninja. Nice! Finally, it just caught up with me, and I decided to rage quit. That's why when I see how you stream with Dragon and Nando, I guess the game had beyond trophies and stuff. I mean, I don't know if my attitude and nature is really appealing to people. Because what I see that's popular is people getting angry and people slandering and putting other people down. And those channels got millions of viewers. And I've taken my channel the complete opposite route of those. And went, let's just seriously have fun. Let's enjoy games for what they are. And that's the attitude I've taken, and I don't know how many people found and enjoy my stuff yet, but I'm curious to see where this will go. It's been 5 years and I'm still a tiny little channel. But I'm curious to see if a nice, good, positive channel will make a difference in today's society. You meant the game spent, what, 7 years at level 75 cap? Each fight in Dynamis took like a minute, and treasure hunter effectiveness was halved, and the mobs hit like trucks. Sounds like terrible. Sounds terrible. On Beyond. Sorry, iPhone. It's too small, it's alright. By the way, show me Squirts Taro's face. You want me to look at Dragon's face? I don't even know if I want to do that. Have you seen his face lately? It's nowhere near as handsome as mine. So... and I doubt he will stop moving for me to even look at it. We're still addicted to Taru, but I had some t-shirts with Taru on it. That's cool. Yeah, he's gonna keep running. I'll never be able to catch him. Where's he going? He just teleported, disappeared, didn't he? He put a mask on because he's shy, and he fell through the wharf. That was cool. He's shy. Yeah, you see his face? That's his true face. That's his true face right there. I was talking about his character too. He puts on the snow hat. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, scaredy cat. But me, a handsome face over here. Well, you can see his succulent lips. There you go. You got your Taro, zooming in slowly on his face. Slowly. Ever so slowly. Zooming in. No! Yeah, there you go. A little bit over. Panic mode? There you go. You happy? Are you happy? This is the stuff I have to do for all of you. Anyway. Now that dancing Taro. Remember that this is the handsome face. This is the handsomest face ever. Exact the same face. Interesting. Cool. Geniuses. Wait, is there books and stuff here? I was not playing this game. I got distracted by everything. There's no books or anything on this island. That's terrible news. Why is there no book so we can warp back here? That would be really cool. Monkeys! No book, no crystal. Nothing. This game's... I mean, it's great. This game's great. I wasn't going to say this game sucks. Why would I say that? I like Final Fantasy games. Love them, actually. I almost played them all. Have you seen my Final Fantasy playlist on YouTube yet? There's a lot of them. There's a lot of numbers there. And there's even numbers that have the same numbers, but it's like 2, 3, or Crisis Core and Before Crisis, and Crystal Chronicles, and Tactics, and... Oh, I just want to add some more Final Fantasies if I can help it. I don't know what's being typed in my chat down below, but I'm reading this chat. It's brought some tears in my eyes. Nostalgic, like, for real. I'm being told this a lot. That a lot of people saying nostalgia. When they show up to my, even when I'm not live, they show up to my reruns. I don't know if they know it. Oh, are these those? I missed the creatures. I just saw them. I ran by one. I hope there's another one. Anyway, they all show up and say, such nostalgia. And I'm like, I don't know what you mean, but clearly everyone's played this game and realized these things. Yeah, that's what, when I look at, when I look at Dragon, Taro, that's what I see. Something like that. Yeah, those things. Anyway, let's go. I've lost my friends now. Got distracted by things. Where do your footprints go? I'm assuming you did not go that way. Markers, my friends. Aha, they are this way. My bad, I was looking at you again. A war machine? That looks nothing like War Machine. I think he'd be upset because he stole Iron Man's armor and made it all fancy and stuff. Oh, I had to talk to it, not fight it? Okay, you're lucky. I was gonna fight you. Clunk clunk. The machine had noticed something behind you. Clunk and Whirlwiz. So, HEAVENSARMY, you came even after I specifically requested that you entrust this matter to me. Of course I'm not gonna let you go. This is a long cutscene, by the way. Great! Can't wait to read it and my voice break. I suppose it is your prerogative as an adventurer to poke your nose in other people's businesses. Are you going to be a good guy or a bad guy? However, you really are too forgiving. Those who find enjoyment in humiliation of others need to feel the sting of regret for their actions. You gonna fight me? Fought the crazy machine thing. In one shot. Cool. I could almost do that one of these days. At the Mandragoras. A whole bunch of dragons. Look at what you've done to my war machine. I'm surprised that they could talk. Cool. After I went through all to get my hands on one. You're so mean. He died. I'm shocked. You're so terrible. You're so ugly. Wait, that is exactly what the other three Tarus would do. You waste your time speaking through those Mandragoras. It is those three, isn't it? I only caught on when it was "you're so ugly." Are you listening, Vuki? The moment I saw "you're so ugly," I knew it was those three. I am Loverence. Show yourselves immediately. Well, well. I've never really believed you met your end in Sandy. So this is Vuki, who we were supposed to talk to. I could never forget the cuts of that blade. You won't fool me. Is that flying thing supposed to be there, or not? Who knows? Anyway, throw down your sword. One false move and that bird will be on a direct flight to the Chateau d'Original. It carries a note to the Royal Knights, one that informs them of your survival. Ha! Still prepared for the worst as always, your cowardice has worsened with age. But perhaps you didn't hear me clearly. I am Loverence. Even with the assassination of Franz Mage, the family of Mistale still retains honor among the knightly orders. A little bit. With that family name at my disposal, your trivial note will amount to nothing. I tire of your games, Vuki. Vuki Chibuki? What a name. Yeah, why would the scion of such a noble Marquis family act in this way? Do you argue that honor alone will not fill a hungry belly? What is the kind of reasoning? That is the kind of reasoning I would expect from a Taru with no understanding of the term honor. It is the complete opposite. I have chosen to use my influence to see that justice is done. To see justice done? Your notion of justice should have been erased years ago, along with the destruction of Tabnazia. It is true that even now, 20 years after the war, the ruins of the Marquisate still crawl with the remnants of the Beastmen army. However, the wards erected around the Sacrarium of Cardinal Meldarian sheltered the underground delivery tunnels from invasion. I have discovered that the safe hold built within those tunnels harbors the refugees of Tabnazia. Refugees? Are you certain? If you had not chosen to waste your time here lamenting the past, this revelation would have reached you as well. The refugees of Tabnazia have already presented their plight to Juno and asked for a member of the government to visit Tabnazia. Juno? A government official immediately entered the Safehold under this pretense of aid. Without the knowledge of the Tabnazian survivors, he proceeded to rifle through the contents of the Sanctuarium. But this is great news. At least the inhabitants of the Marquisate weren't completely obliterated. Those trinkets of the past have no use for anyone. Juno can take anything they want if the refugees are to be saved. I don't think that's what the point of this is anyway. But can it truly be said that the people of Tabnazia will be rescued? You lost a wife and children in that war. Anyone who survived that travesty lost something or someone dear to them. Their spirits have suffered a terrible blow. They have spent years cowering from the shadows of horrors that lurk beyond the walls of the Safehold. And those responsible for the current state of the Marquisate have all but forgotten its existence, living in blissful ignorance. Lots of dots. These very same villains are soon to be recipients of tears of gratitude from the very people they condemn to misery. Do you mean to simply stand by and watch this injustice unfold, even though the truth weeps silently in your heart? The music instantly stopped. What else would you have me do? Surely you won't intend to tell them what really happened. Yes, that is exactly what I propose. I will shed light upon the dark purpose of the Allied army, hidden behind the confusion of the Great War. Watch your stream while working. You're another one of those people that watch me while they're working. Just don't get in trouble at work. I will also call for assistance in the restoration of the nation of Tabnazia. What? You can't possibly do this alone. It is the realization of that very fact that prompted my return. I already controlled the successor of the Tabnazian Marquisate. Preparations to receive funds and troops from a certain wealthy family are also well underway. This wealthy family is willing to pour its resources into recovering the knowledge and relics that have been controlled over the years by the Tabnazian Cathedral. However, these relics have all been taken by Cardinal Meldorian, and her present whereabouts are unknown. That is why I have come to request information from you. I wish to visit the source of this bounty. I need to know the way to the city of Alteo. Along with several others, you were on a secret mission from the cathedral to find the path to the celestial capital, were you not? That may be, but we were never able to discover a way to Alteo. Then why, my little friend, did the Tabnazi Cathedral call upon me to silence you? You must have discovered something. Now choose. Will you keep your silence or keep your life? Wait, I'll tell you! What a world we live in. Anyway, we've discovered a way to Alteo opens once every 100 years. That is all we found, I swear. Once in 100 years? Is it, like, going to be right on time for us when we show up? Looking back at the statue where she opened up the thing and did something a long time ago. Statue back in Tabnazia. That's everything I know. Time for me to leave. So Taros are dressed up as Mandragoras in this place? No, okay, I thought, even though he could have. My, he does move fast for such a diminutive chap. Never mind, I have the information I came for. The stone statue I saw in the Mimeo mirror is the statue of Promathea, the one kept in the Tabnazian Cathedral. Yes, I already know. Welcome back, by the way. Could this statue also be a relic from Alteo? Which could mean that the professor of Windy, from Windy, back to Windy now? It wasn't so long. I had longer scenes with Sid. Yeah, cutscenes in Sid had longer ones. Oh, we're warping to Dem? Yeah, cool. I saw the teleport, so I'm like, I myself will not warp. And we all vanish. Disappeared again. He didn't move. Guskin Mines? So you didn't want to warp and then warp into Guskin Mines. I see. You got the nice rainbow squid too. I still like my kitty cat drifter. So I'll stick with kitty cat drifter until I unlock my new mount. This is faster and fast-ish. Does mounts have different speeds? I don't believe you. Because I'm keeping up with you, and I've lost you before on other mounts. Well, teleport dem versus book warping here. Yeah, I would have been here by now. I think. I think. I don't know. Hard to say. Who knows who could have beaten who? If you raise a chocobo well, it has a really fast mount speed. I don't know how to raise a chocobo well. I've been trying to raise it, but I haven't been getting any information on what to do. When I'm feeding the chocobo and stuff. Saw a mount on Ola's. Imagine trying to balance on that chocobo. Pan's Twitch channel? I don't quite get it. I don't know what to do other than all my stats are still poor. And it's listening to music now that I can make it listen to music. Hug the right wall. Am I gonna like walk through the wall, or am I just... Let's see what's going on here. Okay, you moved on. Okay, just keep going to the right is what you mean. I had no idea what you were talking about. I assume we were like warping through a we were like walking through an invisible wall or something. Just stick to our right. Cool. No music in this place. Why? Somebody get the rights to Final Fantasy XI. And like get all the updates to it. Update it so I can use the newest stuff and add music to all the other dungeons and stuff. Even if it's just a simple little cave music from other Final Fantasy games. Just something simple. Doesn't have to be a big musical score and be huge files. Just little music just to give you some sound. Goblin mask here. Why, if it isn't the adventurer, Heaven's Army, yeah, it's me. I must commend you on your insight. I had no idea why I was going here. Yes, it is nearly 100 years ago, too, that the Moblins wandered their way up from the bowels of Vanadil. And then the Tower scientists who examined the statue in Tabnazia, what he said about the statue dug up from the labyrinth. I advise you, do not let down your guard when traveling through these caves. The Moblins' behavior is often erratic, and they can be quite nastier than their cousins on the surface. Out of all the beastmen, they seem to realize that they are the children of the Twilight, and it is this fact that drives them. They have scarier goblins than normal. Ah yes, one of my colleagues said he spoke with the creature known as Tarnotic. Deep in the eastern end of this area, the Moblins call Old Tron. Old Ton Mavalpolis. Okay, Metropolis. Old Tron Metropolis. Whether that beast will help you or not. This place has slapping music? What do you mean by slapping music? Are they slapping the guitar to add a beat to it? Or are they tapping on bongos? What? Explain. I still am not convinced that this cave is truly the path to Alteo. I don't believe, but I hope so anyway. Somebody walk. Oh, it's the kid! Yeah, what? He's just walking around down here? It cannot be. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that either. What is this slapping you speak of, Dragon? Indeed, like, I have no idea what he's talking about. Clearly, I have no idea what he's talking about. Yay, enchanting leveled up. Sweet. Usually, but the last time you said no need to cast anything, we all got attacked by every single creature in the entire world. So, we're heading to the North Gustaberg exit. Is there any books or anything? There is a book, and we're going just straight down. Okay. Head south as much as we can. Oh, mining point. Okay. Which is a sparkly thing. The last time May and I had to go digging, I said yes, mining points are sparkly things. Like that one. So when I ran into the room and I couldn't find any mining points, I thought it was weird, but it wasn't a mining point we were looking for. We had to click on a wall. And it was mean and terrible and evil. Like usual. It wasn't until a quality of life upgrade where they started to sparkle. I see. Well, I hope these creatures don't attack me. I'm first in the race, but Dragon's not answering our question. I don't know why he would make a comment and then not answer our question after we ask. What is this thing? A bugbear serving man. He's ginormous and powerful looking. Moblins are like irregular goblins, but they have frying pans. Well, moblins are usually taller and stronger in the Zelda Legend of Zelda universe, but cool. Oh, the book. Never skip the book. Right, it's Dragon, don't forget that book. Come on now, leader of the party, Heaven's Army. Excitement of life. Letting you know how to play this game well. Whoa, I'm getting like flipped off the whatchamacallits. Anyway, cool. We made it through. We are alive. I have 20 minutes to this thing. Oh, cutscene? North Gustaberg. Why do we run through here for the cutscene? It had to be that reason. There's no other reason why. Go back in. We need to go to the other North Gustaberg exit. Wait, you said go to the southern one, didn't you? There's a moblin there we need to gamble with. The other northern what? The what? We need to go down to the bottom one. No way. Alright, cool. You went to the northern one, not the northern one. You mean I went to the northern southern exit, not the southern exit. Get your facts straight. Or whatever. Do I got you figured out? I got you figured out. I want to see this thing. He is ginormous and powerful looking. Crazy. Cool. Next to Ultron, there's a neutron mine. Ultron and neutron? I hope so. Because now we're getting the plutons and neutrons and electrons and stuff, and that'll be hilarious. Whoops, I wasn't paying attention to where I'm running next. South and south? Yes, okay. No, not square. Better lead me out. This got music to it, and I'm fine, even if it's crazy sounding music. It's okay, as long as there's music. That's all I always ever cared about. You can also fish here in of all places. Listen, I went fishing in a smallest little river thing. Not even a river. It was not even enough to fish, because there was no fish there, but I was able to fish there. I don't know if I was able to catch anything, but I just feel like it was weird that I could fish there. Take a left, and then a right, and then a... Did I lose Ando, or is he behind me? I think Ando's behind me, okay. Yes, okay. Ando's behind me. Good, good. I'm just running, Ando? I don't know if I was going the right way, but I was just trying. Ultron, neutrons. Right behind you. Cool. I see a little pink dot on my radar, but I didn't know if it was you or not. We're going north now? Okay, good. That threw me off when I saw north. Use the level there before back in the old days on Goblin Bugbears. That's where you had to level up at? Rough. When you get to the NPC moblin, Twinker Bricks? Trade them 10k. What happens if I don't have 10k? $10,000 gil. Alright, let me fill you in on the finer details. You can buy a travel for another 2,000 if you win. Rules are simple. I throws a 50-sided dice. There are a total of between 2 and 50. Yours win. Here's we go. I'll win because I want to win. And 38. This dice must be fixed. But a deal's a deal. Take this. Oh, and it just shows that I'm a good sport. I'll warp you to the gate, but it's for a mere 2,000 gills. But yours better not be carrying anything that'll get me in trouble. Cool. So now I trade 2,000 more gil, and I warp to the gate. Because I knew I was gonna win, because I just forced it to happen. Assuming that this is a confirmation of yes. Just gonna go for it. That's what I likes about you adventurers. Pockets lined with gil. Holds up, Upworlder. Cool. See ya slackers later. Catch you noobs later. I could command things in video games. That is one of my weird powers that I have. Cool, now I'm here. There's no map? No map. Oh, shaft entrance. Well, I'm going in. Well, I'm going in without you, because I could start the cutscenes and stuff. Unless I spawn the boss, then whoops. But I'm also start the conversation and the cutscenes while Dragon is walk back the way you came. Don't go in. No, don't go in. Don't. Got you. Well, speak faster. Yeah, I almost went in. Walk back the way we came. All right. I'm gone. You should warn me way before I go in though. These evil rooms. Like if there's a big red button just sitting at like a control panel, I'm probably just gonna push the button. You should have like told me way before I went in that room not to touch the red button, because I pushed the button. But yeah, way faster. I need you on top of your game. There's a crystal warp out here. Cool. And then what? I already got this before. I don't think I got a new point here. No, I did. I did register a new one. Cool. Okay, back in. Now you want us to go back in. Yeah, it's just the thing that I've learned. You stopped me from fighting the boss because there was a crystal there, and after we beat this boss, we're not going to be warped back into this room? That's surprising. Now there's two bosses to choose. I didn't have the home point. Ah, me neither, actually. Don't go in and two other choices. What are we choosing? The Century of Hardships, or Pulling Strings, or Automaton Assault? I got three things to choose. I never did the quest this way when I did it before. I always did the weird fire sand method. Oh, well, this way seemed way better? I'm assuming a Century of Hardship is what we're doing. That's my guess. That's what I think. A Century of Hardship is correct. Good. I was being smart boy. That was my guess. Me good smart boy. Okay, they're all dancing, which is fine. Prometheus reborn. He's stronger than stupid humans. He's more powerful than ugly goddess. We'll take him. Moblins don't break promises. We'll take him to Sparkly Place. Yes, Sparkly Place. For far to the north, underwater. Something with the rocks. But we digs. Moblins don't break promises until the Prometheus to Sparkly Places. Cool. I've never imagined we would meet Cepheus in this place to go back to that place. However, what could those creatures be jabbering about? Well, I already got a bunch of information from them. Showa? Javos. Who are you people? You don't know who that boy is? Hey, Gelka? Out of nowhere, wearing like rusty miner gear by the looks of it. I am Javos. I have lived with the Moblins for a long time. A long time, in peace. But lately, the Moblins act strangely. They praise the Twilight God. They attack the children of Altana. He's been hanging around with Moblins so long, he has to try to think of his words to speak galactic English. I promise, Moblins don't break promises. Now go, leave the place to... leave the rest to me. What are you planning? But... out of the way, Maki's coming through. Oh no, here we go. Cookie's coming through too. And Javos had a question mark. Wait right there. Why are you guys... why are these pesky children's... from Tavnesia here? That's what I'm gonna go. Whoa! It's a funny-looking boy. I will fight you. I told you we shouldn't have taken that shortcut. Who cares? Let's catch them. Are they up to no good because they just want to have an adventure? Like, seriously? Heaven's Army, this is the perfect opportunity to take Sithis into custody. We cannot pass this. We cannot pass it up. Okay, we can try. I will never die. Assuming there would be a boss just around just the moment we get here, but there's like a long run to get to the boss. That's new. This is almost like a dungeon. I wish there was like a 40-minute dungeon to do here. Attack. Magic. 3. Poison 2. Let's use some magic. Cool. That was fun. I attacked the big guy first with Dia 3, which was hopefully a good thing to do. That was a bunch of goblins. That probably would have been a really hard fight back in the day, especially if you were lower leveled and stuff. Is that all you got? Were they fighting them? I can beat you all with one hand. It's time for the tickle torture? Wait, what do you mean? Stop right there. Blew them all up with a bomb. Hey. Really? He threw like a bomb at them? Wasn't quite expecting that, really. Nice when it feels like a standard fight. Yeah. Hey, hey, hey. Let us out of here. Let us out. No, leave him in. Oh wait, I'm in there too? What is this? Oh, 3 taro look tasty tasty. We're delegates from Juno. You touch us, you're toast. If you don't let us delegate, you'll be toast. Shut up, Noisy Taro would give Moblin's headache. Be quiet or I cut your throats. That's kind of gruesome and scary. Delegates. You would not happen to have been sent here by Nagy, would you? Wait, everyone, calm down. Listen to me. Jabo, what do you still want? That boy, he's not Promathia. He looks nothing like Promathia. Huh? Doesn't look like Promathia. You know what he looks like? Yes, I've seen Promathia. His statue. Statue? Oh, that statues. The ones that got stolen a long time ago. Yeah, I saw it too. It looked nothing like the boy. But boy used a dark power just like legend says. Yes. But there was no crystal on his chest. That would be Prishy, who has the crystal on her chest. He can't be the real Promathia. And you weren't created by Promathia anyway. Jabo, don't start with that again. We already had this conversation before. Jibs? Believe words of Dawn Goddess. Jabba believes words of Dawn Goddess. Gotcha, figured out. Jobs is fooled by bad people. Bad people must pay. Leave them to 4 taste-sized dinner. Yikes. If you do that, we won't be able to trade you Promathia statue. No Promathia statue. The statue? Taru, you have statue of Twilight God? You dug up Promathea's statue? Yeah, we know all about that white statue. Yeah. You want the statue? You trade us the boy. Really? Yeah, trade us the boy. I'm surprised that somebody else is pulling their strings. They're not smart enough for this. Moblins want the statue. It's written in Moblin legend. But we can't give them reincarnates of Prometheus. But Prometheus is strong. Give them the Tower. Maybe we can come back when he's finished? Sure, we'll go with that. I'm not really trying to siphon all of his words out. Promathia angry. Promathia's getting away. Wait. My reward's running away. Open. They're small enough to get through that, aren't they? Yeah, they can pretty much jump through that square and get out. Wait, I'll let you out. Good job, Jabos. Good thing we got Jabos on our team. Is it really that late already? Cool. So that happened, everybody. I thought they all got arrested, but I was in there too, so I couldn't really laugh at them. Showa, travelers, this place is dangerous. You should leave right away. The Moblins are upset. Who knows what they might do. There is an extra exit over there. Don't look back. Run. And don't tell anybody what you heard or saw here. Don't. I do not think that will be possible. Mr. Jabos, of what the Moblin said, there is still much that troubles me. What were they talking of with the boy? You must tell us. It may aid us in finding Sithis and bring him into custody. So you know of the boy? I too wish to know more. We must go to Bastok. That's it. Master Sid may know more of what's going on. I shall lead the way to the metalworks. There you can inform us of what you know. Oh no, we're not going to Sid. We're leaving Sid for tomorrow. Heaven's Army, I will meet you again in Sid's laboratory. I've visited Sid too many times this episode. So what's stopping me from walking back and getting the crystal now? Yeah, I'm curious on why I couldn't go back now and get the crystal. You just wanted to scare us all away from clicking on the door before you so I could watch the cutscene and be ahead of you. I see. Well, I am clearly not going to Sid anymore. Then we need to farm a gold key each, but we can do that after. Okay, I do gotta go to Sid's tower. If we gotta farm a gold key each, then yes. But yeah, never mind. I do not want to fall behind on farming a gold key. So let's get the gold key now. Or get the quest going so I can. Fine. There's not a lot of reading in this episode. Ah, that was the battlefield exit. Interesting. I assumed that it would have put me back in the same place, but I guess not. Okay, cool. Well, I'm glad we got the crystal first. Quite a lot of plot dump. My voice is like a little bit like, hey, you talked a lot this episode. And I'm like, yeah, I guess so. Cool. Get the last thing and then get the gold keys done, I guess. What? You say you're looking for Leverance? I'm sorry, I haven't seen him around since he left. The ninja lady's here. Cornelia. I keep forgetting her name. Uncle Sid. That's not her uncle, is it? Next time we'll make you do voices for Percy and Umia. And for Sid. Well, I do voices, but I just use my voice, because if I tried using voice acting, changing up the voices and the pitches and the tones, my voice would be destroyed doing a 4-hour thing every night. So I just try to use normal, calm voice. A pack of angry goblins attacked a steaming sheep restaurant. Master Ogby drove them away, but not before they injured some of the guests. Heaven's Army's haste effect wears off. Cool, thanks. Right in the middle of a cutscene. Goblins in Bastok? Is Hilda alright? Heaven's Army. My refresh wore off. Come with us right away. Jabos has been taken back to Mavalopolis. Jabos? Jabos? Who's that? Sid doesn't know who that is? That's interesting. A Galka who has been living with the Moblins in the metropolis. For the past century, he has watched over the creatures, trying to convince them to live in peace with those in the world above their dark caves. Forget about that man. He has forgotten... Forget about that man. Okay, he's forgotten his roots, thrown away his identity. He is no longer a Galka. The Moblins attacked him, huh? That's probably his own fault. It may be, but we cannot look the other way. Without the assistance of Javos, we may never catch Scythius. I don't want to lose Scythius again in these 3 plot lines. Come, HEAVENSARMY, we must hurry back to the underground city. Really? Just tell me you're joking that I gotta go back to the city again. I definitely wouldn't want to do voices for 4 hours. That would be rough. So, I'm warping back to my hometown, and now I can end the episode? And then I can go pick up the key off a live stream? That's the plan? This is silly drop from the Moblins. Okay, cool. Sounds good enough for me. But with you in our party, it'll drop even quicker, right? And I could swap to my thief too, if that helps. But I will end my episode here. This is a lot of plot. I've gotten stories from other people. Come back and punch a Moblin. 1 Moblin is all it'll take to drop a key? Cool. And I'm assuming crystal warp, so cool. No cutscenes, none of that stuff. Just walk back, get a gold key, be ready for the next episode. Sounds like a plan. I'm gonna start this side. Oh, cool. Hey, Art. You caught me right at the end. Welcome back. You generally stop punching after that. I see. So, yeah, that was a lot of info. That was a lot of plot indeed. I've seen Sid too many times this episode, and not enough Chocobo. So there's gotta be more balance, I think. But yeah, I'm just gonna keep going along with this trend. This is like all mission and stuff, and good enough for me. So yeah, glad it's going through that way. Looking down at my list of stuff. No, I got nothing to say. Cool. We talk to Sid again tomorrow. Well, great. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of Sid, but that's fine. Not enough Shantoto and too much Sid. What rank are you now? I'm still rank 6. I need to do a mission thing. I gotta go fight those 3 monsters. I gotta fight those 3 Yagados in a Coliseum tournament battle. That is what I'm supposed to do. That is my main mission. It's called the Saintly Invitation. I was told I was too weak to do it by myself, so I let it go. But I'm still rank 6, yes. I'm pretty sure my rank is full, I think. But yeah, I still gotta just do that mission whenever we need to get around to it. We're doing the mission in kind of an order. We're doing Chains of Promathia because it's now the time to do it. But I'll follow the story that Dragon's got me set on, because I think it all interweaves around each other. So I'll keep doing it this way. The Dragon way. The Path of the Dragon. That's probably a movie. So, yeah, there you go. I'm level 82, is that good? Either way, loads of info. I'm going to just try to keep it in my brain. And hopefully I don't take a one-day break from this game ever again, because just... Way of the Dragon, you like that? Just came up with it. Unless it is a movie, then my bad, but I didn't watch it. I just came up with it on the spot. But it sounds like it has to be a movie. Like, it has to be like one of those awesome fighting karate movie things. It'd be awesome. Anyway, that's where my brain went. Anyway, yeah, I guess like we'll just keep doing what we're doing. Eventually we'll break off and go get my mount, and eventually we'll break off and start doing some missions, and then eventually we'll get through that. Have you ever seen The Last Dragon? I have not watched any movies or anime except for my list. So you could have just gone to my movie list and checked if I watched a movie, and you would have been like, oh wow, you haven't really watched very many movies. In the 5 years of your live streaming, you haven't watched very many movies, and that's very true. It's very true. Either way, uh, cool. I guess I don't want to let these people wait any longer. I gotta go and join them and fight for keys. Yeah, take the keys from the moblins. In the meantime, so yeah, I hope you enjoyed, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the Sid episode, because that was a lot of Sid. There's a lot of weird mouth movements. So hope you enjoyed. I hope you like my Moogle bed. So yeah, there you go. Thanks, Heavenlies, for showing up and watching. And seriously, if you like what I'm doing, please hit those buttons. You know what to do by now. And I will see you all in the next episode. Take care.